Alright, welcome back, people. Today we are gonna do part 2 of Neverember's recruitment. As the last time, usually, just as a review, Neverember recruitment happens, I think it's once a year. It's around similar time. It incentivizes both existing players and new players to start new characters within this time period. And they are incentivized with tokens that can be traded for some useful goodies, right? And it's around this time every year, generally speaking, for myself, that I do 2 characters. You get 200 tokens when you get a character. You get 100 tokens per character when you complete the adventure process from level 1 to level 20. So that allows 2 characters. And generally I take this time to start 2 new tunes and pick what I feel like at the moment, or maybe something that has changed since the last time I played the class, as a way of a refresher. And this time around, we're taking time to showcase some of it, or at least play a class that I largely would be considered proficient in, but not some classes that I would play on a regular basis. So the last time, which a couple days ago, we played the wizard because the wizard had some changes, but although I just filled these things out, so I didn't look up what the changes were. So I'm not sure if it was entirely with the Thaumaturge Paragon. I ended up making an Arcanist. It seemed like there were a few things that I've either forgotten or they have changed, but it felt quite nice. I would say the overall competence curve is at the latter end. So a lot of things learned about the wizard would be geared a lot towards the end of the curve. So we're specifically saying the 1 to 20 curve before you start your campaigns and your other post 20. So the hero's path adventures, and now the hero's path adventures and the campaigns. So a competency can be quite low naturally, and I'm talking about intuitive nature. You can get away with pretty much bootstrapping a very limited amount of the abilities because they don't really shine until you reach the post Paragon path, and even till late Paragon. So there's going to be a lot of a learning curve when it comes to the end. In terms of accessibility, I would say the wizard is largely below average because it's heavier on the other end. Now, today, I'm going to play a rogue, which it looks like I did a rogue last year. I don't think there were any specifically fundamental changes, but I just wanted to, for posterity's sake, showcase the rogue, which does have even level competency across the board. So it's a little bit in contrast to wizard. So we're gonna go through the rogue's process. The rogue has an incredibly early, it's one of the few, I would argue, have a lot of utility right from the get-go, and those utilities carry through to the end, so they stay relevant. They're not phased out due to post-Paragon specifications. So you can develop the level competency for specific tasks like clearing out waves for quests and whatnot, and it also lends itself into party play. I'll show that as we go or talk about it, maybe highlight a few things. But generally the rogue's entry is pretty flat, so it's already high at the base level, and towards its Paragon it does increase, but the delta between when you reach 20 and the utilities and stuff you use from the beginning of the game, it's a very smooth learning curve, which is something that may be very attractive to a lot of casual players. So often this would lead to a recommendation to experience the game, just the 1 to 20 experience. We're not talking about the post game or anything like that. To showcase Neverwinter, rogues would be a fairly, at least in my opinion, a safe way to experience the level 1 through 20 experience of what Cryptic has to offer, because it has a very smooth learning curve. For those who want an incredibly high delta, as in awful, like, or not awful, but very restrictive and suddenly not restrictive, but you have to go for it for the long haul, those who like to like strap down and commit from the start, Wizards have a great delta at the end, but in the beginning can be quite restrictive. But there are players who like that type of liberty, right? They liberate the skills at the end, so you see a higher, more rewarding delta from where you started from. And I'm only going to talk about these two because we've only done these two for Neverember Recruitment. Generally, I would typically have the most to say about the Barbarian, the Paladin, and the Fighter. However, that's every other time. So today we're just going to focus and read through all the rogue stuff again and highlight a few things. Obviously, these are not meant to be comprehensive. They're done live. I have no prep for any of these things, with a few minor exceptions that I'll note now. So yesterday, or the last time we did it, the wizard part, we had a setup period, which is where I highlighted that legacy players who have already played this game, have access. You can transfer enchantments, mounts, companions, collars, and companion gear. All of them are transferable off of being a legacy player. So that requires a lot of setup, which I skipped over. I try to do as quickly as possible because those are fundamentals that you will learn across the 1 to 20. And after I did the wizard run, it looks like those things are intact. Most of those specific things that I know as an experienced player. So I carried those resources. So to cut down on that time, that setup time, I complete the tutorial, which gets you to level 1. And then you exit, you become level 2, and you gain access to the bank and the mails and whatnot. So I set up all my character, and that's where we are right now. We talk to Sergeant Knox, we do the tutorial. I was in a training room. That is a wonderful addition. It's actually a recent addition. That training room did not exist, and the adventure skill did not exist for quite some time. It was only within like the last few years. And now we are in the first zone again, which is the Never Death Graveyard, and I did like the first task, which is level 3. And we're gonna hop right in. So this is going to be, just for posterity's sake, a checkup on the rogue experience from someone who is not relatively competent. I would not consider myself competent. So you have all your beginner gear, and then let's quickly go over skills, because skills are what would be the cornerstone of most people's experience. So we started with a single attack at will, and then distance, a range one. So these are the defaults, and then we get our default 3 encounters. One thing to really highlight here is that when you have a stealth mechanic, right, which is tab, a a lot of these have stealth benefits, and one of the highlights, I'm not going to go over these like verbatim, but generally speaking, the highest utility is the ability to have a single target actually, yeah, so a single target high mag option with 2 AoE options. That is incredibly rare. 2 reliable AoE options. And the tab mechanic has utility that amplifies all 3 in one way. You get double use of a blade flurry, which would be traditionally what most people will realize would be exceptional because of the burst capabilities. And then Path of Blades is a additional action AoE, as in when it's triggered, you no longer require more additional actions to attack. So it's kind of like an auto-targeting AoE, which is fantastic. This 3 trinity will largely even be sufficient if you ignored all the paragons. And that's what makes this a incredibly high starting point that allows to develop competence. And like, you know, if you have spaghetti fingers and stuff in the beginning, these create a fundamental intuition that carries on for the lifespan of the rogue. The wizard is not that, so it's kind of a great contrast here. This would make most players incredibly comfortable. It's a very intuitive learning curve, and you develop habits. I refer to them as competency. You develop competency going into the late game. Would I just as a general side note, other classes, it would be difficult to rationalize how. I think instead of trying to normalize it, all the classes have different types of ups and downs and characteristics. And if you're a player that is looking for a specific feel that's attached to all the classes, so that you have the freedom of choice of flavor, as in you want to be a wizard but you want the smooth learning curve, I don't necessarily am going to say with confidence that, but it is very likely that is not the intent of the design. So this is first and foremost a role-playing game, and a lot of times roles have restrictions and feels that are attached to their fundamentals of their design, as in like a rogue has a certain feel, has encounters and powers themed around that. So if you want your choose your avatar type of thing, and then all the utility of the character is by choice, this is not one of those games. So it also makes it rich and interesting because it forces other people to approach it differently. And that's kind of what I'm doing now for myself. I don't typically play a rogue, but there are incredible benefits for being starting a rogue compared to even my preferred character class types. But I still prefer character class types, even given the benefits of these trade-offs, right? So you get the whole package, and I really appreciate that Cryptic still sticks to some of these building philosophies. I say this because in the end game, that's when the established community thinks about overall output, like the ends justifies the means kind of thing, where, hey, if my output is not as effective as your output, it's not balanced. So I'm not I want to make a disclaimer that I am a player that sees myself accessing all of the game, not just the part of the game that I like. So whatever Cryptic thinks about balance is the entire game. So I'm not a person that's gonna make a comment about, oh, what's the best right now in the end game? The best is you. The answer is you, the player. So if everyone thinks the rogue is the most efficient at the end of the game, you can learn to play the rogue. It's not, I don't play rogue, make the wizard stronger. So I'm not that type of player. So you're not going to get commentary from me about comparing and contrasting what is worth investing. To me, I like doing Neverember recruitments, and as a reflection of my personality, I prefer to just be able to play all of them. So I am a gamer. I play the game, not only specific parts of the game I like. Yeah, what's the best in endgame now? Yeah, so I'm not gonna make commentary on best in slot. I think I should emphasize this on most of my videos when I'm streaming Neverwinter. I'm not a best in slot person. The best in slot person is me, the human being playing the game, not what's in the game that I refuse to play because it sucks, or people say it sucks. And in fact, it's a little bit ironic because I probably would be, if I had to say something about myself, I'm probably more likely to be suited to compare all the classes than asking someone who's a specialist in one of the classes, because obviously they would be most definitely biased and sample size and subjectivity in terms of mastery, right? But as the paradox here is, a player who's more suited to make generalizations because they like to play the entire game are less likely to share those perspectives because it creates that opinion. So for me, I choose to check my proficiency at the door and say that whatever, like, come what may, if you're a player like me, a change in the game is rarely uninteresting. So whenever there's a new flavor or a new trend in the game, when people are arguing about who's best in slot and whatnot, I just hope it just keeps changing. Because if it stagnates, then the game is no longer interesting to me. That's kind of the opinion. So it's a paradox. I argue that the people who are most able to objectively measure, compare, and contrast what's best and what's not are the people incredibly hesitant and unlikely to want to say any of those things, because it promotes bias and prejudice and subjectivity. It adulterates the sampling. So if you have a specialist who goes around and plays a rogue really well, it is unlikely that that person will have perspectives that are accurate with anything else other than that one. So they can definitely tell you reliable things in terms of how they play a rogue and how that compares with everything else around them. But it also means they have an incredibly narrow margin of relevance to the person asking the question. However, if this person knows enough about that person and they know they're like that person, then that advice is probably quite sound. So if you're looking to get into a game, often the most objective thing is to approach someone who doesn't look like they're specialized in anything. I understand how counterintuitive that is. You wouldn't go to, like, get an advice on your health by asking someone who casually knows a lot about health, sort of. So like that analogy kind of fell apart. So for example, you feel sick. The last thing you want to go to is to an oncologist, right? And ask, oh, you might have cancer, because they're gonna talk about oncology. You go to a general practitioner, and that general practitioner knows a lot about a lot of things, because that's what, ironically, they specialize in, being general. And that is a thing, it's a skill. And I personally am more of the general practitioner. I have proficiency in all the most of the parts of this game, but I have no specialization, with a big asterisk, because I do play 3 of the classes, I would say relatively above average. The rogue's not one of them. Just as a great digression for these things, because what I'm recording now is specifically to highlight how you get into this game. And if rogues appeal to you, I will likely reflect inexperienced people and maybe slightly above inexperienced people when they first play a rogue. I'm not trying to reflect those people who are specialized in rogue and they just made a rogues because it's the fastest way they can get the Neverember recruitment incentives, and then do that again. Those people are probably really good at rogue, but humbly speaking and logically speaking, they will relatively know very little about any other experience and cannot contextualize what it's like to not know how to play a rogue competently. So it's just the human condition, unfortunately. The better you get at doing something and the longer you do it, the less likely you'll be able to unknow it and promote an experience that another person, a new person, would have. And even I am making a big disclaimer. I cover, generally, I make sure to highlight things I can't demonstrate anymore. As in how combat advantage works, you know, how dodge windows work. And you'll hear me make comments as I go through the rogue again. I'll make comments that are going to be obtuse to someone who's not familiar with the game. And that's going to be inherent, since I'm not I always cite that I am a legacy player and not a new player. So your experiences may vary, but it's to highlight some of the things. I think the rogue, it's if we consider statistics, it's not it's very acceptable that the rogue is the most plentiful leveling tune in this game because of its incredible starting position and its smooth. I was referring to the learning curve, but it's also its utility. So its utility is high from the very start. Some, like the wizard, I would argue probably has a higher utility at the end, but an incredibly low utility start. So if you're just sticking out and trying to sample it for the first 5 levels, it's not going to give you a great... It's probably low success that the wizard will be highlighted. Wizard is way near the end. I would say level 16 plus. And then you have to get into late game. But the legacy and campaigns are a big step. And those steps come with incredible diminished return. So the 1 to 20 experience is incredibly important to the adoption of this game. Alright. Good skills. Incredible encounter powers. Excellent 1 and 2 dailies. An incredibly reliable daily that's an AoE that is used all the way till end game. And the single target is like serviceable. You don't really use... Generally an AoE daily is like the choice in beginning. And stealth, you don't get attacked in stealth, and then stealth has a double feature to every single skill. The wizard only has certain arcane masteries and whatnot, so it's very touchy. And even the first class feature, you basically just get passive movement speed and extra stats. So it's incredible. I would probably say this is like top 3 when it comes to just off the bat. All right, so let's rest all this all the notes, you know, and then we're just gonna go and casually fill in and level up and see if there are any changes. There's a very good chance I just stick with this the entire time. That's how proficient it is, in my opinion. We'll see. Oops. It also involves actually hitting the buttons in the right order. And that dodge roll is so far. Oh, one thing about it, the lash, the single target can miss. That's probably it'll be a learning curve thing for that's something that one has to get used to in this game. It's still like a hybrid game that has a combat oriented feel to it, so you can miss. Not all things are auto targeting or tracking for that matter. So the lash, the only single target encounter that you get in the beginning as a rogue, has proximity. Yeah, so you can like double flurry and it's a clear, then you can blade, which is also clear. It's good times. And at most, generally in the beginning, 2 waves, having 2 sets of reliable rotations back and forth on AoE is unheard of in the beginning. I think that's just specifically related to unique to rogues, as far as I can remember. So again, I don't really have comprehensive knowledge of the other 4 classes outside barbarian, paladin, and fighter. What was this down here? I think I was supposed to take this thing. Hey. Oh. Alright. Didn't finish this one. How am I still in combat? Okay. Yeah, generally you'll tend to find me in like whenever I do tomorrow, when the resets, when you go into like the campaigns and stuff in the late game, in the end game, you'll hear me make comments like, of course it's a blade master, of course it's a rogue. And it's not to say about like people's preferences, it's just a lot of times blade masters and rogues are due to the nature of their playstyle, lends really well to their strengths, and the activity that I typically do leans towards them. The Blade Master offering a satisfying feel that is completely in contrast to the Rogue. The Rogue does the gives you that high efficiency per button, per input efficiency feel, while the Blade Master is incredibly excessive, like Twitch excessive. You're bouncing back and forth and repositioning excessively. Yeah. It's become somewhat of a stigma too when I don't the whole like it's kind of related to the whole this like mentality where people start valuing other individuals' competence by comparing apples and oranges. Like, oh yeah, rogues require low input skill because they have one of the highest ratios in efficiency per input. While it has that, it does trade off in other things. So, and it's not necessarily, you're not comparing competency in the same areas. So when an individual makes that generalization, they favor specific selective skills over other skills, like components of input, position, and knowledge, and feel, even like emotional feel, can greatly alter a player's level of competency. And generalizing it to the nature of a design in a closed system is it's an incredibly emotional argument, not an objective argument, or even constructive for that matter. How does one avoid some of those generalization faults? You try to get a comprehensive experience. So at the cost of becoming a specialist, right? You become more of a generalist. Then you can probably provide a wider perspective on a player's competence. So I would prefer to evaluate a player based on playing all 9 classes, maybe temporarily, just to gauge their initial competency level, right? I more would rely on that than a player that specializes in one thing. It's often a trade-off that the player either makes consciously or not. Generally speaking, the person that makes the decision consciously would likely be in touch with the limitations of their perspective, opinions, and experiences. So if a specialist chooses to be a specialist, knowing the trade-offs, that specialist would appear far more competent in general than someone who felt and intuitively land on a specialty due to because they like the thing, they just felt it out. That usually lends to a lower level competency that allows them to teach and explain elements of the game to a person who doesn't have the same intuition. It's kind of like the unfortunate paradox of a talented person inherent talented person having the inability to express and teach how to be talented like them. Imagine trying to express that. If something it comes to you second nature inherently, it's difficult to express or instruct another person. It's one of the trade-offs. You got talent, things are easy, you're very good and naturally, right? That's great. That gives you like an edge, but it also makes you incredibly unempathetic and unable to instruct on what that is without having to engage in an active learning process. Because you are talented and skilled, you are not actively practicing the skill of teaching or mentoring or even emotionally relating to someone who needs to develop those skills. That would be an incredibly, that's as reasonable as I can be regarding and respectful to those who are incredibly talented. But talent does not lead generally to incredible instructors. Then the people who choose to be instructors are dedicated to instructing. So in a way, they are practicing a skill that the talented people will now be able to associate. In fact, that kind of leads to that common stereotype, right? Of if you can't make it, you become a teacher, kind of thing. Well, it's a chicken or the egg question, and actually the origin of this is because most people choose to develop skills in teaching and mentoring at the expense of becoming an expert or like a specialist. Or I like to use the word specialist because one can be an expert at teaching something, and it happens in all fields. I've been pretty close to the top end game of a different field, and you have those makeups. Individuals who are incredibly talented, incredibly smart, very good at doing what they do as a specialist, but since they spend the vast majority of time being leaders and pioneers, they don't have the time to develop how to teach, right? That. And then when people who focus on teaching and communication, it takes up their time to be able to do that. So at the expense of becoming a talented or a very specialized person, you have to divert time to learning how to teach and instruct. So good coaches aren't necessarily great specialized players, but they're great at coaching. Specialized players tend to not be as great at coaching, for example. It's unfortunate, but one person's lifetime is part of the human condition. It's so rare. Oh, did I forget to go down here? It's so rare to be able to do everything at once. If you've met that person, you probably can count them on one hand, right? In human history, you can probably count the number of humans that are ubiquitous, like just have time and skills and biological, physical health to do anything. We're always talking about the potential of a human being to do everything, not literally being able to achieve it, because we're creatures that require rest, interference. We do not compartmentalize well. Our skills tend to interfere with each other. Just the makeup of our biology tends to be a very limiting factor in not just physical things. The mind-body connection is limited to how often we practice and do something. And in fact, there's trade-offs to protect it too. Like some of our protective mechanisms serve as protection, but also can become obstacles. Like, for example, the ability to forget. A lot of times we focus on the things we desire a lot, but one thing that arguably is a protective mechanism is the ability to forget. A lot of times we won't see it as an ability because we emphasize remembering everything. I don't have to tell you that those people who remember everything have incredible trade-offs in mental health. I am not a genius who remembers everything, but I feel like I have a propensity to remember a lot more, and that has led me to a life working on skills to cope with being able to overcome undesirable experiences and desirable experiences. So great memory comes. I think there are silver linings. For example, if perhaps you have great memory and you have all the resources in the world, so you can diminish negative experiences. That's kind of the idea of like nurturing and providing quote unquote smart people with all the resources they can. I think it's a coincidence though. Generally those resources help minimize negative occurrences, but those negative occurrences create a really terrible obstacle for the lifetime of someone who has great memory, because it's very hard to overcome hardship and there are inevitabilities in human life, and those things destroy people with great memory. Like, for example, the loss of your parents. Grief can just wreck someone because they can't like consolidate their memories so that they can find and focus on things they're willing to accept versus things they don't. And one of them is all the quote unquote bad things. Having real discussions about things you may or may not want due to trade-offs. But biology, there's a reason why memory averages around a certain range, right? Because those who are probably incredibly intelligent struggle with something that the vast majority of people did not develop systems for. Like, how do you cope? How do you help someone whose memory is so good you can't possibly empathize with? And then you have a whole population of people who have average memory. They would make systems and solutions to cope and cater to average memory people. So then these people are alone and they have to develop all these coping mechanisms. But because of their quote unquote advantage, it also comes with disadvantages. Like, if you have great memory, a lot of things about the human condition is you would use that and exploit that at the cost of never developing a solution or a coping mechanism to deal with all the other things. So inherently, incredibly quote unquote good memory people or high functioning people, they tend to struggle with depression and being able to overcome mental obstacles, because you can't forget those things. You can't consolidate. You can't turn a bad memory into a good memory. For example, I tend to focus on the thing that I talk about when it comes to emotional memory. Emotional memory is tenuous, it's fleeting, it's temporary. It gets changed by your experience. So when something that you felt bad about originally, you start to remember it fondly. That's an aspect of forgetting and consolidating. It's not an aspect of having good memory. When you have good memory and you wish you could remember all the emotional things, any bad memory will replay all the time, and you don't have the flexibility of consolidating or changing how you feel about it because it's so vivid. It's one of my personal things that I share a lot about when it comes to my personal experience, because I have a really hard time sometimes to forget certain things that happen, and it plagues the mind quite a lot. It can become incredibly debilitating. So we have Smoke Bomb. You know, I don't think I just see the rogue gets another AoE at pre-Paragon, and it dazed them, and it gives you combat advantage, but it's 350, right? And then you have blades, 450 persistent. I still don't think it's above stealth double flurry. Smoke Bomb is an interesting one. It's become a non-issue because of the way companion bonuses work, but it's there. Wait, does Smoke Bomb put you in stealth? No. That'd be interesting if it did. Alright. It's a weird grass is greener kind of thing about memory. Obviously I'm gonna say, as a human being, right, as acknowledging the human condition, I would say I still have above average memory techniques and skills with my life, but like most humans, I tend to desire more from it, and often the negatives, the trade-offs, tend to plague the mind far more than the positives over time. And sure enough, having above average memory, or at least above average memory skills, like practical memory stuff, makes it very... One has to develop a lot of ways to cope with things that don't just work for you. So when you fail, it becomes incredibly difficult to cope with it. You're not as resilient. And that's one of the things I tend to highlight. Like, humans have a great way of adapting in general, and obviously I adapted successfully, but I wouldn't say it was successful for a lot of people that I know, especially when they were younger. Some of my former classmates are either not with us anymore or not doing so hot. So whenever I spend most of my time, I work on communication, but generally speaking, the communication revolves around coping strategies and like lifestyle, habit formation, and all that, because largely that's what kept me going. Having great memory is useful when it's useful, or like having the propensity to remember things you need to remember is great, but you also have to get used to constantly learning new coping strategies. And then, as someone who likes to maximize what they're doing, if I'm spending most of my time constantly looking at new coping strategies or new trending topics in psychological health and whatnot, I'm using that hyper focus to share that. So while some people may only need one coping strategy because they don't necessarily have the same advantages and disadvantages I have, being able to share that experience is why I feel content creation is incredibly effective. So if you have someone who is a specialist, they can at least tell you all the tools they have and then allow a person who may not want to be a specialist take one or two things, right? The things that work for them. So I like to think talking about this while playing Neverwinter and all that and video games, it can offer inspiration in unexpected places. Just like one or two things that say, and then the rest can be disinteresting. Because if you're talking to a generalist as a specialist, you only have a narrow margin of appealing to someone who has a lot of interest in specific areas. Just like myself, when it comes to Neverwinter, when someone specifically talks about an incredibly narrow experience, things like oh yeah, just play this because it's better kind of thing, those things I don't resonate with very well because I don't have a specialist perspective. Being able to identify if the person wants general knowledge or specialized knowledge is a great way to sometimes avoid some of that miscommunication. And for myself, I often just ask, have them hopefully be open to qualifying what they're actually asking beforehand. Paradoxically, that's what a person who has generalized knowledge would ask first. A specialist would make assumptions. They would presume you're there to hear about the thing they specialize in. So their expectations would be, oh, you're here, you're asking a question, you should know by now the thing I'm doing is the thing I'm good at. So their logic and their approach would not to be asked to ask what they're asking about, right? I'm saying asking a lot. But the idea is they know what they're good at and they hope you know what they're good at. So they're only asking about that one thing. Makes conversation very straight and narrow and less likely to miss. For myself, I spend most of my time talking about miscommunication and how individuals explain incredibly dissonant topics with other people, and how to avert misunderstanding or embrace misunderstanding and learn from misunderstanding. Because I spend most of my life talking about more than one topic, generally speaking. It's not a fair game. I'm just to emphasize. Depending on certain skills don't overlap. They're not mutually interchangeable. The trade-offs are not the opposites. So like being someone who has generalized knowledge have advantages and disadvantages that aren't the sacrifice of someone who has specialized knowledge. That's generally not how that works. They are antagonistic in some properties, absolutely. However, there are third approaches, fourth approaches, there are hybrid approaches. So it's not zeros and ones. If you're a generalist, you don't guarantee to act exactly the opposite of a specialist. So there are things that a generalist has as an advantage a lot of times that a specialist don't gain in equivalent exchange. For example, it's a really narrow and naive way of looking at life skills. Things like fitness, for example. If you're a great endurance person, it doesn't make you bad at burst, like short burst range things. Some things, it's an oversimplification. So like a generalist is often compassionate. That doesn't necessarily mean a specialist is not compassionate, but it also means that it also has an antagonistic relationship. So it's less likely the a specialist is less likely to develop compassionate skills. It is the idea that they are less concerned with other people that allows them, that enables them to be specialists. Because when you share less concerns with other things, you stay focused on a specific thing. And I like to think, at least the human condition, with enough compassion, sorry, this is my bias, I suppose, with enough compassion, one can develop the competency to be accepting of what they're giving up. You want to be great at one thing, it means you're terrible at a lot of things, but you're definitely good at that one thing. And if you understand that, you can be quite happy, like incredibly happy. You don't have to be aware and learn everything else. It's a way of life, right? So your way of life has to agree with your level of thinking. And I think that's something, luckily, I believe that most humans are able to reconcile with their emotions. So it makes happier, in my opinion, naively, it makes happier specialists, happier generalists, as long as they are competent enough to realize what is enabling, what is not enabling what they like to do. So being angry that you upset a lot of people frequently as a specialist is something you have to accept. If you're a specialist, you're not going to appeal to a lot of people, right? When you meet strangers, they're gonna look for generalized interest. If you're a specialist, you better hope that person by coincidence is interested in the thing that you specialize in. What are the odds of that happening? A lot lower than someone who has generalized knowledge. So sometimes just knowing that makes someone a little bit less upset, because it produces control. It allows you to line your expectations more appropriately. Not better or worse, it's a trade-off. While I can be cold and calculating, I am still far more relatable as a generalist than a specialist. So what can seem as charisma is also inherent to being a general person, someone who's focused on getting the bigger picture. But that might not appeal to a lot of people. People might want to, a specialist loves nuances, focus. I focus on other things. I'm a specialist in certain things, but not this thing though, not Neverwinter. And I guess I would say the reason why I hyper focus on sending the message of what a live service game requires for our harmonious relationship, it tends to come from the perspective of a generalist. These live service games are aimed at generalist opinions, like generalist preferences. Content would not be as satisfying to a specialist because specialists will selectively be entertained by only the relevant content. As a live service game, trying to enrich and design a game that increases specialist opinions is often the downfall of the game, because the updates and stuff are going to be hits and misses over and over again. But if you design the game specifically to attract generalized interests, anything you release tends to be mid. Tends to be meh, like average. So I always say this content is 5 out of 10. 5 out of 10, sometimes it's 6 or 7 out of 10, but I'm a generalist person. I understand that I have preferences, and it's always going to be around the middle. So whatever they release is always going to be at least average, and that's sufficient. But if you cater to a hardcore, or you attempt to communicate like you cater to a hardcore audience, like a committed audience, and you're operating a live service game, you're gonna get an incredible amount of friction. So you would have to put in plans to try to damage control every time you dip and then every time you succeed. Alternatively, you can just pander to the hardcore and you no longer have a live service game. Because if you pander to the hardcore, you need another way to make money. And that's not selling microtransactions, which is a live service system. So that's like the building philosophy. And keeping and informing people of what the game really is and what kind of system appeals to certain people allows one to become reliable as a source of information. So I would not advertise this game based on the developer's current approach and migration in development to someone who wants a single player experience that is complete and not time gated, or an impatient person. Like if this person is impatient, they like completing things in an efficient manner and whatnot, you know, you can start selecting for personalities and understanding how those personalities would create satisfaction in a game like this. If you're an impatient person, I'm gonna state something obvious, right? But it's not so obvious when you ask yourself, what kind of person would lead to an impatient personality? You start by first stating the obvious, which is live service games do not pander to impatient people. If this person, and what is a facet of impatience? Instant gratification. And then you elaborate on instant gratification. What type of form of instant gratification do game design promote? Right? Completion. Live service game is inherently dwarfed and trades off the feeling of closure or completion. It's rarely ever that. So you can start expanding on the obvious and characterizing the obvious. And that's where you start building more nuances, right? That's how you become specialized in things. You take the general, then invest the effort to expand the specificity. So if someone comes to you and is like, oh, what's the end game like? Sorry, this game is not for you anymore. Because the end game is a moving target in a live service game. Yes, this is D&D. This is Neverwinter. And yes, statistically, a lot of people talk about best in slots, stats, and whatnot. But I have to warn you, this game is a live service game. It is not Baldur's Gate 3. So before you go down a road expecting endgame oriented feelings and rewards, you have to know after every module, that endgame moves to the latest module. You will have an unhealthy relationship with the live service game if you think games can be completed and that there's an end elitist tier system. Like, you've made it to the top. There's no top in a live service game. It's a live service game. The top keeps moving. So one day when you're at the top temporarily, the next day the entire system gets revamped and you're having mixed feelings and you're really angry at the developers, but really it's part of the developer's fault, part of the publisher's fault, also part of the player's fault. And it's not the fault that you think, which is what the developer decide to shaft you. Like, no, the developers had a philosophy and they didn't communicate it properly. Communicate like, hey guys, we want you to feel reward about your gear, but remember, this is a live service game. The gear is gonna power creep. Please understand that that's part of the fundamentals of a live service game. It's constantly evolving. So they keep communicating that they will pre-select for individuals who meet that, while alienating those who are looking for it at a cost. Yes, you do lose those players. They do write bad reviews and stuff, but an intelligent person would see that their expectations did not meet a live service expectation. So it happens every day. I'm just saying, like, you go in PE, you sit there for a while, and you hear someone complain about their gear being phased out. Like, well, please do yourself a favor, play a different D&D game, a D&D game that has an end game, and that phrasing needs to go. In my opinion, it's setting miscommunication. So whenever a developer releases something, they do not use such terms anymore because it has, unfortunately, not normalized to live service games. So whenever someone immediately use that term endgame and they're trying to talk about Neverwinter Online, that person's gonna have something upset to tell me about, probably, because their current perspective does not line up with the building philosophy of live service games. And it goes a long way. It's a win-win to communicate that, yeah, I'm sorry, like, our game isn't designed to give you that feeling. If you're willing, play this game with certain expectations and you might end up liking it. You could become a live service fan. For example, I keep Neverwinter as my live service game of choice because it's my source of being attached to the D&D experience in some way, shape, or form, like lore, visuals, what have you, even voice acting and whatnot. But it's not a faithful representation of, like, the vast majority of D&D things, and I know that. But I came to love live service games because of understanding what it is and what it has to offer. Trying to expect something that it cannot offer or rarely ever offers is often why individuals are upset in a way they don't understand. As in, if you sit around, you're a competent person, you know, you sit around and then you write down, you ask the person, like, you write down what's upsetting about Neverwinter. And then the more common conversation I have a lot is like, well, you know, I worked so hard for this gear and it's like the best gear, and now they just released an update that says the gear is obsolete. Haha, the joke's on me. Why do I even play this game? It's like, well, you could have decided to not get the gear and just wait for the next one. It's like, here's a great live service but analogy to life skills. Buying that new car and expecting that next year's car isn't better than the car that you just bought. That's a person who's gonna struggle in life emotionally. How do you cater to that? Usually a person develops a new coping mechanism, which the coping mechanism is they buy older cars, like maybe a year or 2 year older cars, to not suffer the diminished return of buying a new car and seeing the delta between your current new car and next year's model, which is going to be above. So that's kind of reflective of live service games. If you think getting that piece of gear right now is too much and doing it justifies you to complain about the next update that like phases out your gear, you have voluntarily decided on doing it for diminished return. Like if you only value the value, like the literal effectiveness of a gear, you're gonna have a very miserable time with a live service game. Other people, what they do is they, the ones that cope really well and have emotional stability in a live service game, they know they're gonna get diminished return, but they're gonna try to maximize other things of value to it. So they can talk about the story, how hard it was to get that gear. It's not just the actual item losing its effectiveness, it's legacy, it's stories. I don't go out helping people thinking that I measure them by the value they would pay back to me, right? I get enough value so that I can offer to help them. I have decided I can help them because I have already decided that I accept what I'm going to get or what I'm likely to get out of it because I have control over it. I want a story to tell other people on how to help someone. That's the value, not banking it on its value that you can't control. So in a live service game, rewards come in, are most attractive when they pay out based on the conscious decision of the player. And what is the most common type of live action microtransaction? Fashion. Fashion doesn't necessarily appreciate or depreciate because they inherently elicit sentimentalism, something that isn't easily measurable. And it works. It continues to work. Those who are angry and write scathing remarks like, oh yeah, they don't really build new content and new game design or innovate, it's all fashion. Play a game that isn't a live service game then. In my opinion, you will hurt other developers less. You will become a more charismatic person, and you yourself will likely be far more happier not playing that game. Like, it's an opportunity for you to find a game that you like to play, as opposed to doing this moral grandstanding saying like, that's not right, this game should be this way. It's like, well, it's not your game. And instead of making a lose-lose situation, you can turn it into a win-win situation. You can leave the game, the developer becomes happier because they don't have a scathing person who doesn't understand what they don't want in a game and what they do want in a game. And it empowers that person to go out and seek what they do want accurately over time. Instead of sitting here constantly suffering, so while you're suffering, you're projecting that to everyone else. It gives you -10 to charisma, and also all your mental skills are gone. You know, you just, it's a really lose-lose situation. In fact, when that person wins, they will still be upset in the long run. It's the human condition. When you do harm to others to make yourself feel better, in the long run, you still feel bad for winning. Unless, you know, you have zero empathy, which kind of is a different entirety problem, which is sociopathy. So that might be applied to a vast minority. But generally speaking, destroying something that you inherently feel obligated to play because you feel upset, that sucks for any onlooker. It's a person who hates to love something when they could choose to learn from it and make themselves happier. Anyone who constantly says, why do they always do this? Happens a lot. Especially in Neverwinter, live service games. Like, oh yeah, they did it again. It's like, yeah, they did do it again. It's a live service game. How do you build habits in a live service game? How do you build habits in a live service game from a developer's perspective? You keep working on a model for like a year and see if it works. It's slow, it's gradual. It's not like arguably one of my favorite franchises of all time now, Like a Dragon. You don't do 6 years all in one game and suddenly the product just creates 6 years of experience. Live service games only have months. Are you expecting to become an expert runner in 3 months? And then every 3 months you become an even more expert runner? You don't. And you have to understand that the development cycle for developers are the same way. They're human beings that constantly iterate on designs until they get it right. Or right as in reach a net positive exchange between the consumer, their bosses, their executives, and themselves, like their lifestyles and whatnot. So the philosophy is incredibly different. It's one of the downsides is it's constantly erroneously attributed to developers. Developers have been lumped together all the time. It's like, no, actually fundamentally developers for live service games have to fundamentally make games, design games, and come up with ideas in a different manner than a development team with a 7-year plan on one title. It's one of the biggest contrasts to date. There might be other versions in the future, I don't know. Maybe AR development or something creates a different balance. But in terms of comparing apples and oranges that happen every single day right now, in my opinion, there's a content influencer somewhere that's applying the philosophy necessary to be successful for a single production game on live services. Every single time there's like some clout chasing clickbait title that says this is not how games should be made, or this game is how modern games should be made, or this is why this proves that modern gaming is flawed, or this is why modern gaming sucks. It's like, first of all, qualify what you mean by modern gaming, because I can almost assure you you're referring to live service games versus single project games. I will be as respectful as possible and say, yes, you probably have a lot of experience with something that's related to those things, and you're entitled to your opinions. But evaluating live service games with a different model of production as a gold standard is incredibly narrow-minded and short-sighted. Your upsetness with your emotions and stuff is perfectly valid. Like, you're upset, I do not contend that. I'm not going to try to gaslight you to knowing how you're upset, or knowing that you're upset. But how you're upset, or why you're upset, is worth the investment, in my opinion, because you're upset with all the combination of things you know or don't know, emphasis on don't know, or the things you specialize in. It's kind of making your life not so happy, and all I see is two losers. I see a developer and executive or a publisher and a developer group full of people who suffer from the emotional projection of someone who desires something that wasn't ever going to happen, because the developers and the publishers never intended for that to happen. and then they pass it off as a morally justifiable and accepted right. So you can't win against that, right? You can't win against if your opponent is saying that this will, if your opponent is claiming that this will make gaming the best for everyone, how can you beat that when they don't even have a product or have to offer a product that has to actually fulfill those requirements? The only person that has anything to lose is the person or the product loss, because that other person can lose like respect and credibility and stuff, but the product loss is one-sided. Only the developer and the publisher suffers. So an influencer and a content creator who is unjustifiably, in my opinion, no, I take that back, justified but irrationally comparing something and hurting a product, their ability to do that so second-handedly with low effort or with like no fear of consequence or anything over time is because if we look at the facts, they have the least to lose and they have the most to do, which is to damage. And I don't know about you, but I'm a sap. So when I see one person who's incredibly angry, who's wielding their power to demonstrate how angry they are, I see a suffering person who may or may not understand enough to be okay with it. That's more likely to happen than someone who knows exactly what they're talking about and not emotionally compromised. When you're emotionally compromised, it's so unlikely that you are making constructive criticisms. Generally speaking, it comes from someone who's not emotionally compromised. And it goes into the bigger picture, right? Content creators thrive on emotionally compromised states. That's what makes content creation provocative from a statistical standpoint. Obviously, I don't particularly resonate with making contents that are controversial and trying to cultivate controversy as a form of intellectual exchange. However, I'm not ignorant and naive to think that's not the major trend in content creation. I see losers, and my sappy sub wants to always try to minimize the number of losers in anything. It's naive, it's unattainable, and because it's unattainable, it's a mission for life, right? One of the romantic things about having unattainable goals is that as long as you have the motivation, constantly seek that, you have no short of motivation, right? And I consciously and willingly stick to that because it gives me up in the morning every day. And every day I see I see another influencer capitalizing on clout, on observations that deal with their own personal biases more than constructive criticism, but it's often passed off as constructive criticism. It's almost it makes me chuckle a little when someone says, this is morally not right, or like, this is objectively morally not right. There's nothing about something that's right or wrong that is objective in any way. You could say accurate. Probably that would go a little better, like accurately observed something. But this is the objectively right thing to do? That's an oxymoron. At least personally, I suppose. That wasn't like a hot take or anything. Because what I said was obvious until you're emotionally compromised. So for me, if I'm emotionally compromised, it wouldn't be so obvious anymore, right? So if it's something I care about, or something that really hurts me personally and whatnot, I would have trouble saying what I just said as well. I would have feelings of right and wrong to things that make me emotionally compromised. Is to be very grounded in understanding the human condition. So whenever, and then we'll take it back to Neverwinter, because this is, take it back to the very beginning, right? Gotta make sure everything is in a neat bow, right? When someone says what's best in slot, that is easily one of the most subjective statements passed off as objective. And what I mean by that is, while the concept of it is theoretically possible, right? Theoretically possible and achievable, the vast majority of the time when someone says something is the best or best in slot, it is coming from a subjective standpoint. And how do I... am I too bold in stating this? No. For one incredibly primary reason, and it's not the reason most people would say, because you would have to work in science for quite a long time to say what I'm about to say. It is an objectively achievable possibility that there are best things in a video game. Absolutely. But the people who present that information have generally not account for selection bias or pre-selection bias for that matter. So when they offer the information, often they fail either to disclose what the pre-selection is and the target audience. So what is your selection for your advice? That is my very first question every time when someone asks me, what do you think is your favorite thing? What do you think is your best? Well, I need to know what the selection criteria is. I need to know what the pool is. If you ham it and just say things without any qualification of what your selection is, nothing is objective after it. You can design easily the best way of determining what a gear is, what gears are most efficient. That's great. That tool itself can measure that. But because of your selection bias and your pre-selection bias, or any premise you have, and you don't disclose that, regardless of how robust and great your method is, it's flawed. It's subjective. The very first, the greatest, like, obstacle objectivity is, like, scientific experiments have, is having the ability to have a representative sample. And then I'm only saying representative sample. The most ideal is to have a random sample. And that's an ideal situation. In fact, that's like mythical. It's like a unicorn to have an experiment where you can have a random sample. So a representative sample tends to be okay, and you have to qualify the representative example. And then if you know the representative sample, you know the application of that information you're collecting. But rarely is anyone who offer advice ever coming from a mindset of disclosing what the sampling is for. So when people, why do people argue all the time and get salty and emotionally dissonant? Is because whenever someone gives a hot take, they don't qualify what the sampling is at all. Like, what does this apply to? Who it applies to? Who's being tested? What is being tested? Not how it's being tested. It's great, the method works, everyone's doing it, that's wonderful, it's a rigorous method, but you didn't say who is using that method and to what is that method being applied to. You have no sampling. You could be the greatest pilot in the world, and you could say because of your greatest pilot experience, you know how to operate a submarine. That introduces sampling, and no one's going to believe you because objectively that's irrational. So you're going to go on this game and you're going to say the best class is a rogue. Who just said that? A rogue player. That creates perspective. It creates disclaimers. It allows the people you're informing to adequately understand selection bias. I am a player that doesn't play any class incredibly well. So now that you know that, I'm going to give you the information I know after playing many classes, because you'll know that I'm more likely to play many classes if I'm not specifically good at one class. It's inherently incredibly important, and it's the root of so many disagreements online in general, in comment sections. And then now it's become so lazy, in my opinion, to a degree that is detrimental. It's become a meme. So now people do this thing where, as a teacher who have taught 30 years, this is my professional opinion. Or as a nurse of 41 years, this is... That's a really dangerous way of qualifying sampling. It's so dangerous. Because years don't measure the quality or anything. It doesn't like, it's still, in my opinion though, it's still more than not qualifying it at all. So I'm grateful that the attempt is being made, I suppose. I suppose it qualifies to some extent. Like, I'm happy that that person is willing to say that. The downside is, since it's used so regularly now, it has normalized as a way to exploit expectations. So now, instead, it just comes off as "trust me, bro." And that's a meme now, right? We know that meme. The "trust me, bro, I've done this for 40 years. Just take my word for it. I've done this for 60 years. Before you look at the profile pic, you look at the history, and they've been doing this for a year. So there's still some time. There's still some work to be done, I suppose, to normalizing sampling bias. One thing I can tell you though, in general, the sampling of one is often not sufficient. So when someone says this is a fact, I think it's a fact because I researched a lot, you need a lot of people who researched a lot to come to the same conclusion. Just saying, that's sampling bias. It's ironic, but when someone says and reveals that they've done a lot of research, that's a sampling bias. You're the only one that's doing the research. Yeah, it's tough. That's why I feel like sometimes people, wait, what am I supposed to do here? Why are you highlighting this? Oh, ready my companion. Oh, I forgot about this. Hey, what the? You just want me to do this? Oh, okay. There we go. Science sucks. And what I mean by sucks, I don't mean like the concept of science and whatnot. It's incredibly difficult to convince yourself that things are, it's always limited by resources. Science tends to be one that gets crippled by idealistic things and get crippled by pragmatism. So like a great example is what is the success rate that you have to go for in order to be convinced? It's funny listening to you talking about your profession. My educational background is in academia science. So, and I haven't decided if I want to go back to a related field, but I was that naive person that wanted to really focus on teaching and disseminating just critical thinking, as opposed to being like a trailblazer of specialized knowledge and whatnot. So I'm incredibly biased towards raising awareness of the human condition when it comes to thinking and answering and solving problems, than being able to regale you with incredibly specialized and probably subjectively trivial to someone like me knowledge. So like I can't apply those specialized knowledge that specialists are regaling me in, but I do really appreciate that there are people who find incredible satisfaction in willing to sacrifice so much of their generalized skills to be incredibly specialized in something. I had an incredibly unhealthy relationship with that, and I think it's kind of against the human condition, but it's incredibly brave and respectful. Like, those who want to be a specialist is have to like be able to own up and find balance with the human condition all the time, because you give up so many things. Like you become underdeveloped in self-care, health in general. Like all your biological like propensities and predispositions become imbalanced for the sake of your passion for something. And that's on YouTube and stuff. When people do that, it's electric. But to me, I've been there long enough that I can't say that I can form something sustainable like that. In fact, I think it's inherently non-sustainable for the human condition to do so. But you have those periods, right? You have 15 good years or like 20 good years, and then you retire, and then you find, so like humans, I don't think, when become disproportionately unmoderated things, they're really good for as long as they can, but ultimately it's a practice in non-sustainability, being peak at something all the time. And my general concern when it comes to applying this knowledge, I think so, because we had a slight discussion, and but here's the deal. I have two ones that occur the most, right? It's rarer for the I'm not sure if you're the one that's in industry or biotech, but there's also the rare occasion that someone is in academia, which that usually doesn't happen, and then some sort of computer science, but not in the sense of like video game design and whatnot, but more industry computer science, like data science. I'm obviously reflecting on as many possibilities as I can, because I do not have. That's right. Mathematician. Data science is what we had the discussion about. I'm not, unfortunately, I don't have the collective knowledge to remember the specific context. But yeah, it's tough. Being a specialist is well, I'm all in all of this though, like when I kind of rant about perspectives and knowledge and what's required to be accurate and objective and all that stuff, the goal is to just focus on promoting awareness so that people don't end up being unhappy with their condition. And it's the big disclaimer is because my life has kind of been like that, and I'm internally grateful, and I am who I am because of the many things. And sharing those things can promote, enable people to be able to maybe use the information for themselves. I'm not offering solutions. I'm offering inspiration, of kind of thing. I don't know if I just stole someone's tagline or something, but in my many years of unqualified experience with content creation, I don't necessarily have encountered anyone who says that in that specific context, where I'm not here to offer you solutions. I'm here to talk to you and share with you anecdotally about things that may inspire you to find your own solutions. It's incredibly satisfying when you do. So I don't want to take ownership of, even if my idea, for example, the idea that you encounter, which is not mine really, it's built on the legacy of many. If you gain that inspiration from me and you feel like you took that idea from me, I'm saying I don't own that idea. So it is your idea. And in that way, you enable so many more people. And I understand this is coming from a privileged background. So like there's business involved, like claiming ideas and like needing to make money and stuff. I understand that. But for myself personally, it's far more enabling for me to know that if you were inspired off of me, it is still your idea. Taking ownership of my ideas makes it less compelling for someone to want to embrace the idea, in my opinion, generally speaking. Because a lot of times it's incredibly hyper focused on being an originator a lot of times, and it can become an emotional barrier to adopting new ideas, especially ideas that may help someone in the long run. But you know, it's this person's idea. I don't want to steal their idea. I gotta come up with something different. Well, let me tell you. I guess I'll lead to your mathematician, your statistical side. Often, when a lot of people are peddling the same idea and claiming it's unique, it's probably very similar. And it's very similar because there's an element of bootstrapping that's involved in refining in a very effective idea. Generally, a very effective idea tends to have a lot of instances, but that constant urge to trying to reinvent the idea is kind of the trend right now. And often reinventing the idea comes with a lot of red herrings, in my opinion. But being transparent and not trying to place pressure on being an originator all the time, that can be very helpful. At least for me, emotionally, it has become very helpful and sustainable. Like, especially if you're working in the sciences, ooh, publications and whatnot. If there's any profession that has quite a lot of self-imposed standards that lead to a very imbalanced emotional state in someone, it's science. A lot of forms of science and many disciplines that deal with an attempt to create objective value. Well, that's the idea. I don't know how long you were here earlier, but this is coming from a viewpoint of understanding sampling bias or qualifying your sampling. So when you talk about ideas, telling ideas, and talking about what's best, what's not best, what's objectively best, what's objectively measured, it's still susceptible to sampling bias. Who's using it? What is it being applied to? Like, start at the beginning. What are you sampling? Who's using the tool? The tool can be the greatest thing since sliced bread, but who's using the tool? How, like, what, you know, who's gathering the stuff? So it's bleeds into pretty much every facet of like gaming in general. And I'm specifically talking about gaming because we're playing a video game. But this is very transcribable to, or translatable to most things in life when you try to. Oh, that's when you join. Yeah, sampling is so important. It destroys dreams in science, or like in fields dealing with metrics. Like, man, like I would love to do this experiment, but how the heck am I going to sample this? Like, oh, this would be great, but where am I going to get the sample size for this? Or even the appropriate samples for this? It's like, man, it's great that I got this data. How many other people got this data? Well, you really don't know when you're pressured to be unique. So it's like a paradox. It's like creating a feedback loop that's so undesirable. Like, you want to be a specialist and introduce something great that no one else has proven or something. But on the other hand, you're like, if I'm the only one that came to this conclusion or like have studied this, how reliable is it that I'm the only one so far? And your natural hope is you hope that when you publish your findings, you have converging evidence from other people, right? unfortunately, there's this like necessity and pressure to be originating. So if everyone's keep on originating off of an original discovery, nothing at the end, no matter what you discover at the end, can be offset by the dubiousness of the originator, right? It's kind of like you put out a story and everyone references your one story without validating your one story. So no matter what, no matter how great everything that comes after, it's erroneous based on the source. And when I went to like publish stuff, I just sit there every day. It's like, I think to myself, man, I could inadvertently ruin an unpredictable, unfathomable amount of people's careers unintentionally. That's none of that type of accountability, in my opinion, is ever clear to someone who's inexperienced, young, and haven't worked in a profession that requires that perspective. And that's quite conservatively more than 50% of content creators. The idea that there's no chance that what they say and present could inadvertently ripple and ruin and destroy people's lives because they're doing it to the best of their ability. The intent is pure, absolutely, or pure from a pragmatic standpoint, like they want to get popular or whatever their objectives are. It's pure to that intent, not to the intent of maliciously ruining people's lives and whatnot, but disseminating information as someone who's still wants to be a teacher or a mentor or a life coach or a therapist or something. Your weight of what you do is completely unilateral based on the source. So if you help someone and you hope that that help inspires someone to do many things, you can easily, just as a person who helps someone but inappropriately, and that person goes on to harm a lot of people. And that is a really serious example. But now we talk about disseminating information online. That seems harmless. In science, at least in like the field of biology, that has there's specific examples, but I'm not going to mention them specifically, but there are research and stuff that led to decades worth of misinformation, or decades of not misinformation in the sense that from the perspective of the scientists, because the scientists accepted that it was accurate, so they attempt to interpret and base it off, so they weren't misinforming intentionally. It's just that there wasn't enough clarity to know if the basis for their research was credible enough to move along. So then you stack it, right? They introduce something, and then more people use that as a basis for their research. So it's that stuff is like scarred in my mind, quite both emotionally, like in my heart and my mind all the time. That's some real terror right there. I might be slightly over dramatic, but it's one of the things I talked about memory. It's hard for me to forget. Like, what I mean is I know I can divorce myself from that cynicism, or not cynicism, but concern, because cynicism would deal with like it's often in the context of human behavior. In this case, it's not really human behavior. It's just a natural cause of the human condition. So indirectly, it deals with human behavior, but it's like unavoidable. I mean, I don't know. Maybe we'll be replaced by robots or something. But all this discussion about the human condition, I think, to me, naively, is worth contextualizing to what people are doing all the time, because it will help them be a little bit more tolerant, or maybe even accepting of themselves when these things happen to them. Content cannot be objective. They want to be, since their viewers are neither. Yes, exactly. It's like wanting to, yes, exactly. So here's the thing, right? Let's say content creators understand that, right? Let's say these youthful people understand that and accept that they are providing a subjective nature, right? Because they're sacrificing a lot of things in order to be content creators. They are trading off a lot of things to be successful content creators. And then you have products, right? They print it out and they talk about objectivity. So that strikes you as someone that has a dissonance, intellectual dissonance with being a content creator and what qualifies as objectivity. Now say, then you have a content creator that is subjective, right? Like they don't present themselves as objectivity. Now we're talking about a different group. So let's exclude the low-hanging fruit group. The next group, which talks about subjectivity, that also comes with compromises and trade-offs that they also struggle with, which is the idea that if you are presented and projecting as a content creator, you inherently provide subjective or more subjective information, and your community is therefore a reflection of that. And a consequence of that is that what you say will have counter arguments, will have counter feelings, will attract and detract regardless of what you say. And those content creators struggle with the balance of being dissonant with that, as in they're upset why they don't understand their communities can't read their minds. Well, inherently, content creators are subjective. You will project subjectivity. You will cultivate subjectivity. And therefore, one must be able to accept and understand that subjectivity leads to conflict of interest. It results in flexibility, and not cultivating and understanding that and being creating friction to that is also not sustainable. And that happens far more too, and it leads to burnout. The idea that they are constantly having to qualify their subjective things, but really, if they understand what subjectivity is, it wouldn't be as emotionally destabilizing. But it ends up being emotionally stabilizing for the vast majority of content creators, because they have not encountered a personal investment yet that is uncontrollable due to subjectivity. So they attempt then to rectify that dissonance with objectivity. That's the irony here. Or yeah, that is the irony. So they accepted it, but in order to gain control and semblance of control, they rely on counter-arguing based on objectivity. So like things like, oh yeah, I know you guys, I heard a lot of disagreements with my opinion, but hey, here are the facts, all right? And there we go. It's a person who initially have accepted that they are sharing opinions, but then they suddenly try to combat after cultivating subjectivity by relying on objectivity to help protect themselves, like emotionally and intellectually. Those two segments, those two content creators, I would say account for more than 50%. And it sucks because there are only losers in this perspective. There are viewers who don't understand just as much as the content creator who cultivated the community. So without these awareness, you can't have win-win. You rarely have win-win situations. And when I mean rarely, I mean at least over 50% are in this case. I would say less than 1 out of 2 have this harmonious interaction. I do have some specific examples of content creators that did cultivate with the human condition in mind. And those people, the first comments you always hear in a long string of comments, and by always I don't mean literally always, kind of figuratively, like greater than 50%, someone in a long line of all the comments would say, you know what? I love this community because the first thing this community established is that there's room for more information. And that's it. You hear it all the time, like, and it's self-reinforcing in the swarm of just people constantly adding new information onto the pile, right? So that's great, but it doesn't happen very often. And I'm gonna tell you, I know I personally follow 5 of them, and all 5 of them work in a field that, or worked or have worked like professionally in a field that deals with the backgrounds that I specifically cited, that requires these skills, as opposed to originally being a content creator initially, right? And I want that for all the other content creators. Personally, I want content creators to be healthier over time, like being aware that you know, if just having more awareness, because I think it goes a long way to developing more win-win situations and lose-lose situations. A lot of time is like a combination, like you lose some, you win some at the expense of someone, but that is acceptable, I suppose. Minimizing losers is probably why all this stuff is really interesting to me. Trying to minimize losers. The gaming industry, that's ripe. That's incredibly ripe with these type of discussions. Considering that live service systems are an emerging model and not a standard. I'll use that word standard very loosely. Like it's not dogma yet. It's not normalized yet. So playing a game like Neverwinter leads to a discussion involving these things very often. I'm looking forward to seeing where the inevitable compromise is, like the balance of compromise and psychology regarding live service models. Still a work in progress. But that objectivity and subjectivity is applied to this a lot. Ever thought about this, honey? Interesting. Would love to discuss more, but I have to sleep. Oh, no worries. Yeah, no obligations. Hey, you keep working. You try my about. Oh, okay, I see. Oh man, you gotta keep working, man. You're definitely doing something, you know? Like, arguably, I would say, this is my self-deprecating stuff, right? Arguably, you're doing something that I could not sustain, so that's incredibly admirable and rewarding. Content creation is non-standardized. It's got a lot of growing pains. I hope you're doing well. Like, sorry, I haven't inquired about. Hopefully, you're doing well and your health is doing well and you like your job or find balance. Thanks for chiming in. It's always welcome. I appreciate it quite a lot. Sleep well. Good luck with everything until the next time we talk. Thanks. I was supposed to do something. Oh. No. Clean up the inventory every once in a while because of stuff piling up. Okay. Now we open this stuff. I don't think there's anything we actually use from the incentive box. Except for the slots. Definitely the slots. Alright. Okay, yeah, I don't think we got any new skills. No, we're still bootstrapping until some skills come up. Stormcallers. Oh boy, I see someone. So we are going to not change instances because this is the... Dang it. Okay, we're not gonna repeat the same forgetfulness last time, which is oh no, I need to place the orb first. That's probably why that guy was pulling all that stuff. Dang it. Well, wait, is there actually a guy over there? Can you please let me place the orb down? Oh yeah, that's totally a guy. Just let them be. Actually, how long do we... One day? Oh yeah, we still have plenty of time. Man, that cycle though. Oh, hello there, buddy. Took 2 of those guys. I gotta remember. I'd show my voice a little bit. I want to say it's faster to run to the end, but I don't think so. The rotation just comes up so much. Yeah, like it's up already. Man. Yeah, this is definitely definitely the staple. Mm-hmm. I gotta stop doing that. Accidentally doing that. Thinking the lash is has a stepping reach. It doesn't. Definitely have to be just next to the dude. Hey, where the heck are these guys coming from? Hmm. I think Death Strike saves you a bit of motion. That happens later. I mean, when I mean happens later, that skill is available later. Yeah, feels really good too. I think you get a lot of visual, get a lot of tactile, rewarding input feel from rogue, from playing a rogue. No question that this is incredibly satisfying. Unless there is one big potential compromise here, which is if you're not a repetitious individual, one that enjoys the subtle nuances of a repetitious motion, it could subjectively cheapen the motivation, the reward. Oh, the reward feeling for being so effective. You hear it presented generally in the sense that, oh yeah, this is too easy, and then it cheapens the subconscious reward, and that's usually an inwardly focusing thing, which can manifest into a projection. So, like, now that you know that it is highly effective and whatnot, it cheapens it. So therefore, you must project that feeling to others. Where when you see another person who plays a rogue, you would cheapen their experience, expecting that since they play a rogue, they understand your feelings. It's without sounding too directed, it's a very low success rate of creating empathy between two people when you attempt to project and gaslight someone else. Provided you're just expressing your opinion, that's fair. But if you're trying to gain a person's trust, or trying to sound instructive and profound, or like demonstrating that you have knowledge and whatnot, generally speaking, that's a low success rate, a very low success rate. You would more likely encounter friction than respect. Attacking or attempting to gaslight someone as an approach tends to come with lots of suspicions. Even the trust me bro thing has become non-sustainable anymore. I tend to resort to that. I tend to use that approach as a final resort, especially when I have very concern for someone's mental wellness. That I would say, like, it's inconceivable for me to how to, dawn the impression on another person. So then that's when I say, please, and take my word in this rare occasion that you have to trust the process. Like, I even say it in that way so that I don't make it sound like you're trusting me, but perhaps trusting the approach that has been used before. I have a very, very difficult time, I almost want to say, exploiting people's faith and trust. Is I think the most important, in my opinion, some of the most valuable thing to me is reputation. It does kind of go hand in hand with my cultural background. Here's an paradox here, or like a self-contradiction that happens quite a bit. When someone values their own reputation, but they choose to go about it in a way by forcing their reputation on another person, which demonstrates that actually they're not concerned about reputation. They're concerned about influence. So a good example of this is when someone uses their reputation but have an inability to demonstrate mutual respect among colleagues. A great example is someone who claims they understand a lot about video games and go out of their way to project how other video gamers are wrong about things incredibly quickly and rashly. That's not someone who likely have a grasp of how important reputation is. Because if reputation is incredibly important, they would be able to empathize or practiced in keeping that in mind. Going out of your way to attack someone, using your attack someone else's reputation, using your own reputation. That's a red flag. That's intellectual and emotional dissonance. You feel like you're an expert and care about reputation, yet you go out of your way to attack other people's reputation like it's trivial. It takes someone who can trivialize reputation to attack someone else so easily. I like that irony when someone says, I'm a nice person, but I'm not kind to everyone. Like, well, you could be a kind person. You don't have to be a nice person. This is semantics, though. It's kind of... Unfortunately, it's not the... There's not... I'm not very well versed in expressing it in a different way. But kindness are a demonstrable act that is selectively and intentionally done. You can act kind to someone because you choose to act kind. Inherently being nice does not come from someone who often make kind decisions, for example. They're usually just nice because the decision is forced upon them. So if you're a nice guy, for example, you know, someone is falling on, someone approaches you for help, you say yes. Not you see someone in trouble and you choose to help them. It's a personal thing of mine. It's a incredible distinction. Nice people are often not rich people. Kind people are. And as a sap, right? Like I like watching videos where kind people help nice people in trouble. Because nice people typically don't like to help themselves. And when they don't help themselves, the system is not made to pick up people who don't want to ask for help, but are willing to give help at any time. It's a very unfortunate... Again, it's a very unfortunate part of the human condition, I suppose. Nice people tend to be maybe ironically or maybe not, depending on the person. But I would say generally speaking, in terms of like the internet space, kind people tend to find it surprising that people who are struggling and not successful are nice people. When inherently, if you think about the cause and effect of human behavior, it's more likely that nice people are the ones that are struggling. because they don't think about themselves a lot of times. Kind people can think about themselves and then know when appropriately they can help someone. So this happens quite a bit when I'm in a company of friends, right? When people ask for help, they typically exploit or attempt to exploit the kindness of people, not the niceness of people. So for example, if you need help and you're like an opportunist, you would target someone who's successful. That successful person is less likely to help you out of kindness than asking the person who's also struggling with you. Or if you're an opportunist, that's another situation. But say you're a nice person, you finally wanted to ask for help. The most likely person that's going to help you is the nice person that's also struggling with you. However, it's only pragmatic to ask a kind person who knows when to help themselves and then offer help at their convenience, because they are more likely to be successful. They think about themselves and help when they can, as opposed to being nice, which you help unconditionally at the expense of yourself. The reason why I say this is it's so often when you see content creators, there are a lot of kind content creators out there, yet you can't stop those kind content creators can't stop the inevitable comment where someone who is opportunistic, who claims to be nice, cheapen their efforts of being kind by saying like, oh well, they're just doing it for clout. Like, well, yes, they are naturally doing it for clout. Clout enables them to be kind. In a sense, instead of villainizing it, it would be helpful for you to be understanding of how kindness works. And you're not a nice person either, because you can see what the cost of act of kindness requires. An act of kindness requires the resources to do so. For someone who could see cynicism in that, you are a kind person, likely, no doubt, but you are not universally nice. Nice tends to come from a place that often doesn't even consider cynicism. I'm still cynical to some extent, but I would say that I'm at an end where I got lucky in a lot of times. I say this a lot because I don't think I could possibly be as comfortable as I am now without the kindness of successful people. Just to put into some framework so that hopefully I'm not accidentally and inadvertently attacking anyone. I truly believe that most people are kind, and because they're kind or capable of acts of kindness, that they are healthy and successful. This whole idea of always doing the right thing, quote unquote, always doing the right thing, or constantly being benevolent is unrealistic if you understand how the human condition works, in my opinion. Going out of your, for example, when does kindness turn into self-harm and toxicity, right? And I call this, I gave it a phrase, and I don't Yeah, I think it's kind of obtuse, but I call it a toxic compassionism or compassion, toxic compassion. That's when a low-hanging fruit example would be being offended for someone else, right? Being offended for someone else was a classical example that I used because racism tend to have a lot of compassionate toxicity. For example, I sometimes humorously talk about how someone is often offended for me, and while I find it incredibly endearing that they care so much about me that they're willing to also be upset for me, um, that's a type of kindness that's a type of that is likely a person who is nice, who's attempting to do an act of kindness, like participate in an act of kindness, but they are unable to not do it. For example, acts of kindness are selective, so it feels like a choice you're making, but to a nice person it feels almost compulsory. And when it's compulsory, when you have no enough resources or emotional stability to do that act of kindness, it can come off as toxicity. So like, this person is overly concerned with me being offended, right? But however, they are frustrated too that it has come up. So instead of being offended for me, they are offended and they're using me as a way to project their offense. And it's a combination of the two. So not only are they offended for me, it's not predominant. They themselves are also frustrated. And that happens also with nice people. And in that regards, that's what I would use the word nice for the stuff that I see more often, which is people who are overtly concerned and they felt like it's compulsive. It's compulsively trying to be kind that characterizes a nice person. I think kind people have a healthy relationship with when and where and how they can be nice when they want, they can be kind when they want to. And it's incredibly healthy to know that, in my opinion. Sometimes the standard for being nice is portrayed in a way that is unsustainable. So a great example is when someone, like a content creator, does something nice and then someone says, well, you did something nice, but what about all the starving people in their country of choice, right? The country that they're most concerned about. It's like, well, yes, that's a objective, perhaps an objective statement, although it's pre-selected because it's based on that person's experience. So it's actually a subjective statement because they're suggesting that that country filled with starving people are subjectively more important than doing what that person can do right now and comfortable in doing. So they're not comparing not doing it and doing it. They're comparing doing that and doing this. That takes no account, in my opinion. While that person is also very nice, perhaps toxically compassionate, perhaps it's toxic. You're comparing a null situation with a guaranteed situation. This person has already done this act of kindness because they are able to, or they found the motivation to. So you cheapen it by suggesting that they could do more based on your opinion, not objectivity. It's not constructive, in my opinion. And then what happens is it creates another miscommunication. Someone would allege, like what I just said, would allege this person, like, why do you have to go and rain on this person's parade, right? At least something nice is happening, or something kind is happening. And the person is like, I'm just saying because it's true. And the wheel continues. The toxic compassion continues. And in the end of the day, I don't write responses that I don't have authority in and whatnot. At the end of the day, I just see a bunch of nice people who are in a feedback of toxic compassion. Like, they can't help but not be emotionally compromised, knowing something, and then they're projecting because of it. And they're still really nice people. It just, one thing that limits a nice person who becomes incredibly frustrated is that they don't have the resources to do so. So this person is cheapening this content creator who has all the resources, who's selectively kind, right? Because they can do it, but they're frustrated because they don't have the resources and they feel compulsory to highlight what is arguably more important to them, or they can't ignore. So, and that's just every day. It's just every second. I watch a lot of wholesome things. Like, I watch a lot of kind people do kind things all the time because I'm a freaking sap, and I don't think I can say that enough times. And when I read comments, I'm trying to understand, or I go through a lot of the comments and whatnot to see, you know, to get an idea of, yeah, what is the general audience nowadays response to general audience on the internet response to these type of things. And often is painted with cynicism from opportunists, or like the two predominant types is cynicism from alternative opportunist or toxic compassion. And that's kind of largely reflective of the United States culture. So, I mean, the sampling is pretty high in the United States to these type of things. And the content creators are quite predominantly who started, like the individuals who started the trends, the most influential ones are Americans before it splintered off to other countries and whatnot. So some of the quote-unquote originators of this type of sustainable kind acts of kindness is of American origin. So therefore it kind of encounters also the conflicts of interest from the toxic compassion that Americans tend to participate in a lot. And when I say toxic compassion, that's trying to be fair. It's toxic towards the target, but ultimately it comes from a place of kindness, or at least a place of nice thoughts, nice intentions, quote unquote good intentions. But there's a lot of frustration. And nice people, ironically, in my opinion, are people who can be seen as toxic. And the people who truly ends up being charismatic and like recognized for being quote unquote nice typically are those who selectively are kind. They know what the resources they have. They know when to use the resources. They know their possibilities of return. Like, if they help this person, what do I get in return, kind of thing. So they're very pragmatic about those kind of things. Nice, in my opinion, inherently nice people do not concern themselves with that. They keep giving. And that's why I say I'm lucky. Because I gave, but I didn't really expect to receive anything. And if you don't think about that, you're gonna run out of resources. And I don't think that should be stigmatized. What I mean is, what is being preyed upon when it comes to opportunists is they prey on the guilt that kind people are. So a kind person is hesitant but can feel guilt for not helping because it reminds them of themselves. Like, what are they thinking? What are they getting out of it, right? What is it in it for me? And that is an incredibly appropriate thing to think about. It's the most pragmatic thing to think about, really. It's one of the most pragmatic things. So if you all, and a lot of times when I mention these things, right, I don't mean them in a way that you should feel guilt, but we have normalized that. We normalized selective kindness to be like a form of guilt. So opportunists tend to prey on that quite a bit. But in fact, it's the most pragmatic and sustainable thing you can probably do as a human being. Trying to be a saint is probably the closest thing to being a nice person. It doesn't get you a lot unless you're lucky. Kind people can be successful if they get lucky. They help a millionaire, the millionaire helps them. Fair enough. How many millionaires are you gonna be able to help? Probably not too many. How many millionaires are you gonna bump into that would want your help? Probably not too many. What do millionaires do? They know other millionaires. Success draws success. If you're around successful people, you're more likely to do successful things. And what I mean by that is whatever you arbitrarily determine as successful. For example, if you're a great basketball player, you're going to be around great basketball players. And then the act of kindness will take you outside of that. So you do that after you're successful, and you do that when you can. But here's the thing, right? Great example of a toxic compassion. When people get angry that a celebrity does not pay attention to a raving fan that went out of the way to stalk them. The toxic, compassionate person would say, man, you know, they make millions of dollars and they barely have to do anything, etc. Why can't they make time for, like, this fan that went out of their way to do things? Like, fair enough. That's certainly a very emotional response, but at the same time, the likelihood of them being in the position that they are by always doing what that nice person suggested, that toxically compassionate person that's saying where they don't have to sacrifice anything, their time, their effort, and anything, that's where that toxic compassion falls apart. When someone trivializes someone else's success because they have resources you don't. So, like, I could sit here and be frustrated with myself that I don't make a lot of money to help the people that I care about or something, right? And what happens then is you instead project that responsibility onto someone else. But it's coming from a place of frustration. It's not coming from, in my opinion, I guess. I believe that those people want good intentions. Like, they criticize other people for having too much and not sharing is coming from a place of compassion. It doesn't enable or is not constructive, in my opinion. Generally speaking, if you combat goodwill, kindness with guilt of not doing more, you typically end up doing the opposite of your intent, which is to get that person to stop acting kind. Not only that, you would most likely inspire that person to develop a form of cynicism that deters them from continuing to do the acts of kindness. You legitimately deterred someone who was already has found the motivation to act kind. That's so much of what content creators in that specific type of thing have to deal with. It's like, you're not doing enough. You gotta do more. Like, you have so many things. You gotta do more. I'm like, I'm just happy they're doing anything. But that's only coming from a guy who... and that's really hard to say because I can't do what that guy can do because I don't have any resources. That guy knows how to make money and do the things that they already do. I don't know how to make money to do that. So kudos to them. They can make money while doing that kind of thing. And obviously I sit there and take it all in. Like, thank you for showing me that there are kind people on this planet that somehow know how to balance their checkbook as well, and time. Can't help people when you can't help yourself. It often leads to toxic compassion. That was a little bit slightly of a morbid topic. It's something that I can't forget because I constantly remind myself. A consequence of me being a sappy person is that I am going to be toxic. I can be very prone to being toxically compassionate. So I spend a lot of time every day reminding myself that I shouldn't be thinking about these things, or I try not to because they'll consume me. Like being frustrated that I can't hand out money like it's printed on trees, kind of thing. Like, if I were them, I would go even further and whatnot, you know. So I'm like, that urge to project all the time. That's something that kept me from having a healthy life. So understanding these people and what they choose to do made me healthier. It's a little bit sustainable. Like, yes, I should help people sometimes when I know I have something to gain from it. Because if I keep altruistically feel like doing these things, I'm going to end up with nothing. And then I'm going to end up frustrated and then angry. And if I'm emotionally compromised, just like any other human being, I'm capable of doing harm to someone else, or becoming better, even more morbid, becoming a burden to someone else. And that's the greatest fear, in my opinion. As a Chinese American, especially the Chinese side, the last thing I want to do is to become a burden to someone. And to this day, I can tell you, I think I'm a nice person. And therefore, I have failed to ask for help in my life. Even in like the worst situation, I have my luck has not run out yet that I haven't asked for help from, that I needed to ask help from someone. So effectively, I'm really terrible at asking for help. Luckily, right? All puns intended. Luckily for me, I was lucky. So I can't say the same for people who don't understand their compulsions. Like, for example, seeing a homeless person who clearly the stuff that people put out a lot of times, where like someone, a kind, successful person, gives something to this homeless person, and the first thing this homeless person does is give it away to someone else, right? So a kind person gives the resources to this homeless person in order to enable them to reinvest and do something with it. And inevitably, the first thing they do is to put themselves in the same situation again by putting someone else first. That's the curse. That's the curse of being a nice person. You can get so lucky, but sometimes for nice people, the luck is not sufficient because you're constantly, compulsively not putting yourself first. And I spend day in and day out trying to not end up like that. It sounds like I'm trying to prevent true altruism, but what I'm really saying is I'm wanting those people to know that you still have to eventually be selfish at some point. You're not going to always be healthy, and everyone is not going to always share or maximize how much good, quote unquote, good they can do in the world. They maximize sustainability, how much they can do without sacrificing their position. And it's incredibly reasonable. The internet paints it a different situation. They, a lot of times, I'm not saying everyone, but a vast majority of comments deal with the unrealistic stuff. Stuff that they say it's objectively truth. Like, it's an objective truth that you should do this and save this and go out of your way to do this. But since they're not in that position, they don't have any sampling, and they have no awareness of what it takes or costs to do that most of the time. Otherwise, they wouldn't say that in the first place. Just saying. It's a catch-20. That creates that, I totally forgot where I was going with. But, oh no, I forgot my punchline. Sorry. I had the punchline, but it's just not sustainable. Like, it's hard to put yourself in a situation that you don't have. But everyone's trying to be nice. I'm saying, like, it's still good feelings and all. Just, it's incredibly frustrating when you can't do what you want to do, right? So you place the fault on other people. Or you diminish what they do. The most wholesome version, I can think of a wholesome version of that. Like, oh yeah, you should do this. It will totally make you into a superstar. And then, you know, the one person would say like, yeah, but I don't want to do it that way. It's like, but you totally should. Good intentions. I don't know how it will work out when both people are aware. I haven't really met a situation like that. Probably because of the company that I have all the time. I don't know what an interaction like that would be like at the moment. Or about they have waypoints? Sort of. Nah, we're not at halfway point. We're getting close. Take a break from digressing for a little bit. Live service games, man. Leaves great opportunity for coffee table talk. You know? It's very relaxing. For myself. I can't imagine that some people won't find this relaxing. This is like I don't know, the 16th or so time doing this, but like the 4th or 5th time I'm doing it under the current system. So it kind of feels really familiar. Especially when you have a class that has a very effective, I guess you would call it a, most would probably refer to as a rotation. You kind of go on autopilot, and it leads to a lot of coffee table talk. I had this weird flex that I here's a interesting funny thing. You know, flexing is kind of fun when I guess, and it's incredibly rewarding to people who like to flex, right? It's a affirmation, it's seeking affirmation. But you know, some of the stuff that I really like to flex on, or like use to flex unapologetically, is stuff that you don't necessarily think you have like it's useful, but it's interesting to share. So one thing that I have developed recently, which I don't know if it's ever going to be useful in the future, who knows. I like acquiring skills that I can't possibly know if they're going to be useful in the future. I can make them useful by learning them just out of context. So one of the things was like, oh no, I fell down. Dang it. Recently like acting, right? Acting in the sense of a lot of times when I say acting, or when I say acting, to people, they would start thinking about, oh yeah, you know, movies, voice acting, and whatnot. It's like, no, you know, that might be useful for this skill, which I have yet to reveal. But my original thought for this skill was that I could use it in a dire situation to convey the feeling, because I am very weak at intuiting this feeling. And this feeling was crying. Yeah, I mean, oh no, male Asian, right? Male Asian in approaching his 40s, talking about not being able to cry very much. It's like, yeah, I know, I fit all the red flags for being able to cry, right? But in that way, that's why I feel like it's a weird flex, but I earnestly mean it's a skill that people can use. And how I came across being able to do this. So I can effectively, reliably cry on demand, but the idea behind the motivation was not in an acting perspective, but it would be a weird flex for acting, I suppose, maybe. Because like that used to be like a stereotype, or like a conceptual stereotype where like, oh yeah, this person's so good at acting they can cry on demand or feel emotional or whimper or something. And it deals with like the mind palace thing, where you want to imagine yourself, put yourself in a situation that you yourself personally can get yourself to cry, right? For me, I was a lot of times people talk about, it's like, oh yeah, they're faking it, you know, like, and on content creation, it's like, oh yeah, this person, they probably saw something really sad and then recorded themselves. It's like a huge loop where it's a really hard case scenario to how it's so complicated what people say to get that they do to get themselves to cry on camera or something. And it came from a place of cynicism, and I was thinking, is it really that? Is that what you have to do to make yourself cry? Like, hold up. No. Increase your movement, increase the cooldown rate of your powers by 10% while stealth. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. Man, these are kind of good. Oh, but that kind of makes you wait. So we're not gonna wait. We're just gonna get the passive thing, right? This would make you want to rotate into it, and that's all right. What else we got? I'll continue my story in a sec. Courage Breaker. Lowers your attack damage. Okay, that's fair. Nope. Okay. Let's just stick to that. Bait and switch. What was this? Jump backwards, dropping a decoy. Oh, okay. Refill your stealth meter. Does not jump back and does not remove you from stealth. Oh, I see. So you stay. Okay. That's okay. It's just a utility move. Interesting. Yeah, so the thing is, the weird flex here. My application was, so I'm really not that great at crying in the sense of sharing empathy. So when people cry about things, right? Things that cause them to be frustrated and stuff, I can't really do that really well. But there's a time and place for such a skill. Like, imagine if you really need to connect with someone. Like, it's really important that you do. And they're like crying out of frustration and stuff. And one way would be to try to demonstrate to them, even on surface level, at the time, you know, when they're emotionally compromised, to demonstrate that you have that type of like emotion. Because if you're incredibly cold and calculated and always composed, it's incredibly difficult when someone is incredibly, or I keep saying incredibly, it's emotionally compromised, that they would find you trustworthy in understanding how they feel right now. And that trust is incredibly important if you have some sort of emergency, like just some person that is just on their wit's end, right? So I was interested. I thought, yeah, you know what? How easy is it for me to find out how to cry on demand? And this is related. This is very related to the content creators that I just talked about. The whole kindness and niceness spiel, it's related to that. That's how I got to this topic. Yeah, I understand. It's a weird connection, but that's just how my memory works. Pardon me. Here, the punchline is that those sappy videos of kindness that I watch, that's what I use in my mind's eye to make myself cry. But so here's the thing though, I'm not crying out of sadness, I'm crying out of happiness. It's not the same, but it's the closest thing I have now. I cry because people are very, very kind sometimes. And that crying is not necessarily just simply out of happiness, but out of relief. Out of the baggage that that person had relief from, you know. So in a way, it's an extension of sadness. It's an extension of despair. And that act of kindness is like doubling on itself. So I'm crying out of that act of kindness and out of the despair that person must have felt. And because of that, it's so easy to cry. And you might, you know, some people might make a counterpoint, like, but it's fake. Like, fair enough. Depending on, you know, like what, from your perspective, it may seem fake, but does fake mean it's not valuable? Does fake mean it doesn't have a purpose? I learned it with a purpose in mind, and I've used it a couple of times in my life to convince someone to do better. So let me know if you think it's worthless. The great thing about being open-minded and taking inspiration from other people and learning new skills, that you just don't know when those skills are going to be valuable. And that was one of mine. I still keep it in my pockets. I don't do it very often, obviously, because the situation that I imagine myself doing it hasn't presented any new situations. Weird flex, I know. But that's kind of... And weird flex. I should stop saying but in this case. I know, I say but a lot with 3 T's, you know, big butts. I say this because I'm weird flexing a skill to share a story to demonstrate that when you can't see the point in something, sometimes you don't need a point. You just never know. I have some very arbitrary... I have a lot of arbitrary skills that I've acquired in my life And they only had like 1 or 2 applications at the time. Now they just make for great stories. Neverwinter kind of teaches a couple things too. I honestly think I owe I say loosely, I owe Cryptic all the baggage that led me to trying to understand live service models. This is the first game. Actually, this is the first game I still play to this day. I actually played a couple live service models in between Atlantica Online and this, but I no longer play Atlantica Online. And then Atlantica Online was in a time when Asian publishers and developers use live service models more often until now. And when I mean until now, I'm talking about like close to 10, like I'm talking about 10 years, right? Because Neverwinter is 10 years. 10 years old. So was Neverwinter a waste of time? Well, if you ask people who don't have my perspective, I suppose, they would probably say something like that. And if you probably ask those people, they're more likely to say it's a waste of time if they're not currently doing it anymore. What that does is it normalizes their ability to protect themselves. So they have this nervous tick, or not nervous tick, but idiosyncrasy, where they cheapen their own experiences because they no longer do it, so it's not worth keeping up. And inherently, that's a mentality that lets their skills die. There's a silver lining here. When they let skills die, they allow new skills to take their place. So they're more likely to move on and not reiterate and have less interference. For myself, I do the opposite a lot of times. Most of the time I prefer to do the opposite, which is I maximize the experience and I continue to make the experience, that skill, relevant as much as I can to retain the skill, because I'm one that prides on keeping my legacy. So while it's easy for me to tell people that experiences are arguably always worth it, learning a new skill is incomprehensibly always worth it because you're incapable of knowing when it'll be useful. That's coming from my bias, which is that I spend most of my time practicing applying the skills creatively. For someone who has an incredibly pragmatic approach to skill development, that would be gaslighting if I tried to convince them that's not the case. As in, like, you shouldn't exercise pragmatism when deciding on what kind of skills you want to build. It's probably not sustainable for that person. I develop skills first, then see what I can do with them. I don't develop skills usually because I have a problem to solve. And it's because of my circumstances and my lifestyle that I can do this. So having to understand that type of pre-selection and conditions, you can become very aware of when and where you can appropriately offer advice. So I only offer advice a lot of times when I can confirm that the person understands that I'm a person that has the luxury of doing so and so much like how I have to tell myself to not be frustrated, that I can't be just throwing $1 million at people so I can solve their problems, because I don't have millions of dollars. That kind of thing. And there you go. It wraps up all the way to the beginning. You know? Went from the whole sampling error, the sampling and advice and best in slot thing at the very beginning, over 3 hours ago, till now. Gotta connect all the dots, man. That's how my mind works. That's how you build memory, or at least that's how I build memory. Does it sound like I'm talking in a circle? That's because I probably am. That's how I remember things. Today, I told myself I was gonna focus. I was gonna demonstrate how proficient and efficient the rogue is at getting to level 20. I told myself that, with the expectation that I'm probably gonna digress and lose like 3 hours. Doing repetitious tasks helps me focus on thoughts. And thoughts often lead to digressions. Ow. That trap hurt a lot. What the heck? Let's chill for a little bit. just chill for a little bit. I was trying to be sneaky there, and right as I turned the corner, it's like, oh no, never mind. I'm the least sneakies of the less sneaks of all rogues. Blatantly walk into things. And traps. Even though they're clearly highlighted because I can disarm them. Sure. How are you today? How are you lately? How have you been lately? And that radius is so big from the stealth modifier. Oh boy. Nope. It's definitely not that big without the stealth modifier. It's been weird lately. Not even sure how to evaluate it. Is there anything you can share observantly? In what nature is it weird? Like, I can imagine perhaps it's suddenly okay. Kind of weird. Like, the last time we talked, it was like, we're still discovering stuff. Trying to find some, change of environments and experimentation. Perhaps what you were feeling a little like just gone away all of a sudden. That could be a weird thing. I feel that's a one that some people would, a lot of individuals who maybe are experimenting or like a change in environment or pace tends to find weird when suddenly you don't need to work on it anymore. It just worked out itself. Kind of a pleasant surprise. At the same time, it feels weird because you're not quite sure what you did. I'm sharing an instance of a specific example from someone that I've been acquainted with. They're like, ah, man, each day it's just, I don't know. And then suddenly it's like, hey, you know what? It's kind of weird, but I feel great. That kind of weird. I'm making a lot of presumptions, so just sharing, making it less feeling like awkward, you know, if it's just one-sided exchange. Your immediate thoughts have been losing structure. Okay. Like the comments that would appear in my head don't make any sense to me after the fact a lot of times, and I didn't feel like that as much before. Interesting. So you're starting to think something, but then you lose the train of thought. You're not experiencing any mania or anything. How does that make you feel? As like a personal share, right? I'd be kind of, it would probably be a source of anxiety if I keep losing train of thought. Might be a little bit it could turn into a source of frustration. Huh. It's like, sometimes I feel like the double blade flurry just ends up, well, what is the magnitude on this? 715 as opposed to 2600s? Oh, maybe I'm getting damage bonus from being in stealth too. Sometimes double blade flurry seems to, yeah, 50 additional crit severity. Oh, I have to land a crit though. 50%. Probably why I feel it's stealthing out for a lash is not cutting it. Hell is pulling. What is he doing? Pulling mobs when I don't want them? You keep those, hell. It's all up to you. Annoying, I see. There are a lot of those comments I said out loud and wish I didn't looking back at it because I wouldn't agree with it. Literally the next day, I see. I gotta, that's a clearer picture. I don't imagine you're emotionally compromised during those situations. Were they in like the heat of the moment? And you're saying this is happening more often than usual. You did say, I don't know so it could be difficult to know what the change has been. But if it was something that deals with emotionally compromised things, like emotionally compromised situations more often, just out of nowhere, like for example, sudden urge of release, right? Finding an outlet for it, or a proper outlet for it, can make it feel less annoying. Like playing a video game that allows you to address that specific thing, though. Like that specific emotion. But if you're not emotionally compromised, you would probably have to like think about it more, I suppose. See if you can gather any additional observations about what is causing that compulsion. It does sound like intrusive thoughts, though, what you're describing. Intrusive thoughts, I would say, is more likely to elicit, I don't want to say regret, but often that's kind of the word that most people would use, like upon reflection, like instant remorse kind of thing, or maybe delayed remorse. Intrusive thoughts is what comes to mind. Ice Spire Peak is after this. Right. You hold him down, L. Good job. Keep them busy, will ya? Oh. Oh, okay. Never mind. I was kind of interesting. I didn't realize you can at will while stealth, and it doesn't break stealth. I typically don't act outside of the encounter power while stealth. Maybe it did break it. Oh, no. I know how it works now. I remember this. The meter goes down. With every action, the meter goes down. And you exit stealth by cashing in on the stealth trigger, which happens to be the encounters. I think that's how it worked. Okay. Rightio, up and away. We're over 60% after this. We got, oh no, we're not. We're halfway because we have Ice Spire. No, wait. No, we're over halfway. We're over 60%. Like, this would be 60%, I think. Because we have Ice Spire and Whispering Caverns. Oh no, I forgot about the Chasm. No, we're only halfway. I forgot about the chasm. So we're gonna head off to Icefire Peak after this, and then chasm. Every time I think of chasm, I remember every once in a while I would meet someone who says chasm. It's kind of, I'm sorry, I'm kind of laughing at their expense, but those most people are pretty open to the idea. Honest mistake, right? English do be not having universal rules, right? The chasm. Did I get anything for this? Power? Oh, right, Paragon. Let's just go with Assassin, right, to showcase, because I like Death Strike. Yep, we're going Assassin. Gotta brush up on my stuff. What did you gain? Bloodbath? Slash around the slashing? I don't know. Bloodbath is just fun to look at, so we'll use that. Duelist Flurry. Yes, we replace this over here. This is just slashing. Attacks from each have a chance to add bleed. Okay, right. I remember that. What was this? Tactics. Increase your accent point gain. Yeah, it's okay. Okay. Right. So at the halfway point, right here, once we turn this in, I don't think it deals with being emotionally compromised. More like overthinking the way people could misinterpret what I say to them in a casual even though that's probably not too important. Oh, okay. Huh. Give me a sec. Let me go to the bathroom real quick. Hold on to that thought. I have a few follow-up questions about that. 1 second once we get into our next pace. I imagine when such events happened, your present company is receptive to that, and that it's not creating friction. And then regarding the being annoyed and then feeling a sense of perhaps a remorse or triviality after the fact, right? I would say if it doesn't create friction with anyone and you surround yourself with a company that allows you to practice and take advantage of that type of overthinking and be welcoming to it, it actually, a lot of times, without intellectually having to figure out a plan or anything, it actually becomes very intuitively efficient over time. So they're really, I guess what I'm trying to say is, paradoxically, that stuff, not thinking about overthinking or the consequences of overthinking, you don't feel anyone had a problem with it. That's great. So here's the weird part. I'm using the word weird because this is going to sound weird, but often, obviously, grain of salt, careful. As long as you have an outlet for expression, and that expression is encouraged, or maybe even augmented. So if you have if you become a positive inspiration for further conversation, and that feeds back on your company, right, the people, and you find an encouraging environment, that kind of stuff enables the practice of that, and without having to intellectually overthink about what to do about it, it kind of fixes itself. It's an incredible intuitive process. So surrounding yourself with deep conversations, or conversations that tend to lead to overthinking or overanalyzing, is going to provide some comfort. And with that comfort, you'll be more willing or welcoming to practice that skill, and it becomes normalized. So in a way, you could even see it as an advantage. So that type of positive reinforcement can make it feel less annoying after the fact. So it doesn't end up being, was I right? Was I wrong? Did it make sense? Or did I overthink it? I don't remember what my line of thought is. Instead, it becomes more of, I should do this more often because it's fun. I have people who also like to do it. And eventually, that skill gets practiced. And then with that skill gets practiced, you start developing more confidence. And then with the normalization, you become more efficient at remembering your line of thinking. Having negative reinforcement, that's why I asked, generally speaking. Like if someone had a problem with it or is leading to friction, that can make you feel progressively, it will develop progressively as a conflict of interest with yourself. So you're going to try very hard not to overthink and behave in a way that might not be intuitive to you. So right now, it just seems like, yeah, without sounding like a pun, it's weird, but that type of thing, as long as you have a, in my opinion, strongly have an environment that enables you to do that, a lot of people intuitively just benefit from it in the end. It's kind of like, that's the kind of the idea behind school. Worm, I'm not sure what your relationship with school is, or being around an academic environment. But when you have the propensity to overthink, generally, and then you associate it with maybe things that don't make sense at the time, or I don't have enough information, that type of concern, surrounding yourself with individuals who do behave like that too and are open and know and understand that at the time when you do these things, it may have made sense, then it makes less sense later, or maybe more information comes to light. That becomes a social norm. I only say this because it's something that I hold personal. My experience in overcoming this constant annoyance, I won't say it's emotionally compromising, but it can become emotionally compromising when remorse, regret, or feeling like you didn't give your best response in a time like this. It can be helped normalize when it becomes a welcoming occurrence. And a welcoming occurrence generally deals with having company that you can express it. And that skill is overly complicated. Like, it's incredibly complex. So practicing the skill and intuiting it typically is far more manageable than trying to understand it in an intellectual capacity. That's kind of my take on it. So in a way, it is kind of weird, but I think if you have supportive peeps and they maybe are more likely to overthink in the future or something like that, it can be an incredibly positive feedback. And you would, as a person, like as a human being, doing it more often normalizes it. And then you can probably develop even more skills. Like, your skills will become more and more proficient, provided you have a positive support for that. A lot of times when we think about overthinking, right? The perspective on overthinking, you're trying to suggest that your company, the people you are around, think you're overdoing something, and then they provided some sort of indicator that you are overthinking. And overthinking tends to create friction. So if your friends are telling you, like trying to gaslight you into overthinking or like your whatnot, that is one that requires some intellectual effort to like navigate. But you know, if you're already in an environment that enables you to do that welcomingly, like you have people you trust that allows you to do that, it's actually quite, in my opinion, healthy to continue doing that. The more often, in fact, I probably would cautiously encourage you to do that. Because it's incredible how much you improve over time just by intuiting things. It motivates you to find inspiration and whatnot. It's why you, it's one of the things that the ideal case for universities, right? You put people together that are prone to overthinking, relatively speaking, with the present company, but you put them all together and your level of thinking would no longer be overthinking. It'd be similar, and they would feed back on each other and allow you to naturally grow and develop and normalize your level of thinking at the moment. Overthinking or underthinking would suggest a conflict of interest. From when I see that, it means some people are thinking at a certain level and others are not, and that usually leads to miscommunication, right? But not all forms of miscommunication suggest that you're overthinking. And being okay with it if you're not emotionally compromised. We're also establishing that you're not emotionally compromised. If you're emotionally compromised, then it's very hard to know if it's a favorable thing and a sustainable thing. If you find it's very natural for you to do it, finding an environment that allows you to naturally do it more often will allow you the opportunities to figure out and work around and optimize that skill or that tendency. You can probably do it here, or what I mean is you can probably talk if it's like just like, I don't know, video games or something. You're perfectly welcome to talk about it here. I don't think there's a likelihood that I will ever consider anyone overthinking things, considering the mania that I typically cope with myself. But finding opportunities to do it is the most encouraging thing. As someone who struggles with thought storms and mania from time to time about thoughts, and then having constant reflection, right? So, for example, I would have a discussion on stream or something. It would last for 2 or 3 days in my head, and I would start harnessing that. So what I would do now is I go through the routine of continuously using it to develop a new skill, as opposed to focusing on whether that person or other people were concerned that I overanalyze or I'm wrong, or maybe they could see it differently. I used it to motivate myself to learn more about the topic. That may not necessarily be what you end up doing with practice. But first, normalizing it allows you the opportunity to discover what works for you, if that makes sense. Why is this highlighted? Yo, guys, seriously. Buttheads. I'm trying to look at why my character card is highlighted, you buttheads. Leave me alone. Power? Oh. Assassin's target. Your attack applies a stack of target to the first enemy. The effect stacks up 10 times and increase the damage of your next encounter. Does that consume the stack? Probably not. You coat your weapons with deadly toxin, causing encounter and daily to apply DLT. This deals 30 once every 3 seconds for 9 seconds and stacks. I mean, this is just for clearing purposes, so let's just take the toxic blade. When I'm applying something that I generally use myself. So when something feels weird and you really don't have an explanation for it, right? I like to go and ask myself those same questions. So like, can I do this more without like, without something stopping doing it? And then how was I feeling? Like emotionally compromised? Like is it inconsistent? If you can do it consistently, then often being able to establish that consistency will either help you figure it out, or it offers you a new opportunity and a new skill you can harness. That's usually the two more common cases. There are a lot of other alternatives, but generally speaking, if it's sustainable and you're not emotionally compromised, you can turn it into a habit. And and since it's sustainable, it's not like a quote unquote bad habit to have. And since it's not a bad habit, it can turn out to be useful, even if you don't know what it is right now. Like how you could use that to your advantage. But the idea is, it sounds like it's healthy. As in, okay, maybe not the word healthy. It's not detrimental. So you don't have like a negative, non-sustainable friction somewhere. So often you have to play it by ear, right? Go on and do it a couple more times and let it see how you can figure out, you know, challenge yourself to do it better. However you feel it should be done, or how you can take advantage of it. It's like, oh yeah, now I'm overthinking. Maybe I can channel this into something else. Things like that. Dude, this guy just freaking blocked me. Wow. That guy just totally just blocked me on that. What a jerk. Fair game. Fair enough. Can I change instances? Oh, I can totally change instances. Icefire Peak is definitely where you want to change instances. No fighting over non-unique interactions. Yeah, the thing about the university is that's kind of the thing. You place yourself, there's pre-selection involved, right? If you're going to a university, you're prone to probably do that kind of thing. So if you enrich your chances of meeting people who enables each other, it's remarkable how much you don't have to literally know intellectually what you're doing, but just the act of repetition creates less weirdness, right? Weirdness comes from it being different and being unfamiliar. So just natural ability to have the luxury or the privilege to just do it anyways, unapologetically, makes it less weird. And when it becomes less weird, it becomes second nature. And then you typically take second nature things and you can bend it, do what you want with it, because it's no longer weird and it's very approachable. At least that's for a healthy habit. And by healthy, I mean sustainable habit. Something that doesn't lead to a decline in your quality of life. Often things of intellectual nature tends to not really substantially help nor hurt a person's quality of life. However, it has the potential to help when you find a use case for it. And what you're kind of describing is the most common use case is school, or being in a intellectual environment would be an incredibly useful use case for a skill like that. And it won't become a skill until you practice it. So if you have friends and company and whatnot that allow you to do that, it can most naturally become a skill and not attach negative feelings to it. So the most determining factor, if it like 2 or 3 determining factors, but this is one of them. To develop a healthy habit that's sustainable, it usually have to start with not associating negative feelings with it. So if you're only feeling just annoyed, that's not a deal breaker. Fighting with your friends, that's gonna be a deal breaker. Something you can control, like being annoyed, that's you can outweigh that pretty easily. Most people can outweigh that pretty easily over time. A great example of this shift is when you're a kid and all the kids naturally do something else other than overthinking or thinking at a specific level. That's that is like a no choice situation. So that's one situation where a kid could be really redefined, like a person could really be affected by negative association to the point where it would cause a younger person to underperform when they don't want to. And then because they normalize that when they get older, they will choose to underperform because it's become a normalized behavior, as opposed to applying what they could do. And then spend a whole lifetime of people telling you that you could do something better with your talent. Like you could utilize it for a month, but since you develop a habit, it's incredibly hard to break later on and reform. Even though you might be able to intellectually appreciate what others are saying, like, I understand, but I don't feel like I want to. That kind of thing sucks pretty hard. So, always making sure that something new or something that's happening, right, constantly or unexpectedly, making sure that it's not associated with something undesirable, because it can create a dissonance. You want to do it, you constantly do it, but it's constantly making you feel worse. That's a recipe for depression. I think it also overlaps with that thing about not being as responsive to achievements. That's fair. So being content when something worked out, your brain shuts that part off and goes into quietly thinking about how that wasn't good enough, which is fine, but not fun in the moment. Yeah. Yeah. How often does that happen? You're weighing frequency as well. We gotta weigh frequency. I mean, if it doesn't substantially lower your quality of life, I suppose where it's at is pretty acceptable. It is an untapped resource, though. Trying to get a level of... So, we're not saying you have to, but it's an untapped resource where you could find ways to feel more reward from it. However, it's not hurting you either, because it feels like a neutral thing. It's always nice to look at the potentials of your habits and see where you can like squeeze out a little bit more things that you can control that makes you feel better. Put it in your back pocket, you know, for a rainy day or something. For me, it would be my rainy day is probably doing something like this. So if there's always like a mania or loose, I use something to focus my attention or focus my anxiousness, right? My anxiety, and then use it as a way to think about other things, but with the comfort that I'm doing something that I know I can do. That is sustainable, because I can do this quite a while. So I couple this with things I don't understand at the moment. I gain a way of relaxing while tackling the thoughts. You're not sure when it doesn't happen? Doesn't mean I'm motivated enough to listen to it every time, though. I see. Yep, I got it. Sorry, double negative. It takes me a while to yes, I got it. So when you don't recognize when you fail to appreciate the reward. So it's an undesirable thing. It does diminish a lot of so an experiment that typically happens with this is a lot of times it's recommended that you have, or I typically would encourage a change of stimuli. So what would constitute as a change of stimuli? If you're into progressive skill building, actually, let me check these quickly. Impossible to catch. You muster all your will and break. That's not very useful for PvEing, so we're gonna skip that. That seems more like a momentary thing. When you use your daily power, your stealth meters refill for 5 seconds. Your damage is... it's okay. One way is to provide a different stimuli, right? So a different stimuli would be if you're into progressive incremental progress, and then it has become dull, right? You don't feel the reward since it's progressive, like a life skill tends to be. Participating in instant gratification or big deltas can help you resensitize yourself to something. So doing a task that have a high delta. One would be something that requires a lot of luck. That will get you lots of lows and frustrations, but when you end up lucky, right, it gives you a high elation, and it can be instant, it can be unexpected, it's not controlled, and it's not expected. A lot of times when it comes to incremental achievements, and then suddenly you expect it, it becomes deflating. It takes that feeling away. So playing or doing something that may foreseeably be luck based, not skill based, as in building up a skill over time, can re-energize that type of appreciation. It's a change of environment that doesn't have a lot of consequence, unless you go and be emotionally compromised and like buy lottery tickets or something. I'm not suggesting something like that. Something sustainable that you can always rely on without suggesting any form of monetary investment. Trying to throw something in, like trying to make something where it only happens once in a while is kind of the thing. A less like in a less risky thing would be, I don't know, go on your favorite streaming service and click on random and just watch it, or basically release control, right? Find something that you relieve control, and the luck is having that thing be something you like, but you're not gonna ever do it again, like for a while. You're not gonna pursue the thing if you like it. You're just there to see how lucky you can be that it lands on something you like, or how lucky you can be if you think you're looking for something you don't like. Like if you feel like you're a personal universal liker for some reason, like everything on this streaming service you like, well, then to get lucky is the task you want. So maybe to get lucky, it has to be something you don't like, so you can like criticize it. Or the idea is taking expectation out and be pleasantly surprised. Often being a very controlling, or need for a very controlling person, or having hard work pay out and that kind of thing, it can dull the senses, because you know it's going to happen. That's usually what I would say. It's a personal thing too. my reconciliation with that type of thing, personally, it's quite a different approach. But what I typically do is I rely on other people. I use other people as a source of deviating my expectations. So instead of placing it into my control by like automation or choice, I let other people decide what I do for a little bit, for like a while. Actually, I actually do it quite a lot because it's been quite some time since I've voluntarily engage in something that I don't know what's going to happen usually, realistically. I let other people take control of it. Like asking a friend, what do you want to do today? You know? Like, hey, I really want to be surprised. Can you surprise me with a movie? You know? So that could be great, having a significant friend or a significant other saying like, hey, you know, is there something you want to do that you know I am not thinking about? And then you jump in that with an investment on another person, and that can really reinvigorate your passion for what you do in general, because you spent a little bit of time away from yourself. You're trying to stay in the moment with someone else. So that can also provide some different stimuli that breaks up the, I don't want to use the G word, but the life grind, right? I view grinding with fondness, but I can't use that too often, assuming, you know, the vast majority of people would not associate that word or that imagery with something pleasant. They think of long process, lots of effort, diminished return. Those are the kind of things that get associated with grinding. Actually explains things a little. I wonder if people intuitively do this normally. I wonder that too. I'm not in a position to sample enough people to really know that. I do feel it's more likely that people do this intuitively. Like, it's more likely than what I just did, which is to explain it intellectually. It's a lot of information that technically is diminished return, because most of the time people learn this information intellectually to solve their own problems with mental wellness. So that problem doesn't ever come up, which means they do it intuitively. It doesn't come up. So you don't necessarily need to know intellectually these things. If you already have a healthy environment, healthy lifestyle that allows you to intuit this stuff. That's kind of one of the nice things about, oops, I was supposed to go up the tunnel. The nice things about being intuitive. Relying on intuition may seem like a crutch, but it also liberates a lot of time to do things you intellectually are interested in. So it frees up a lot of things. I don't particularly think it's a crutch, but one can see it as a crutch. And I would add this asterisk. It's only a crutch when it stops solving your problems. That's kind of the thing. It's an asset and an advantage if it's self-sustaining without you knowing. That's what most people would call a talent, right? So there's a lot of ways to mentally and intellectually work around celebrating certain things. But yeah, generally intuitive things, it becomes a crutch when it fails. And then you have to intellectually process these things in order to maybe redirect how your intuition works. But it's a talent when it keeps working. So not everyone has that luxury, you know. Some things you have intuitions for, some things you don't. And in this case, it doesn't seem like there's really much that is getting in your way to rely on intuition. Honestly, sometimes knowing a lot can interfere as well. It produces nihilism, where you start convincing yourself, why bother if you already know the outcome, kind of thing. And ironically, that's what I'm appealing to when I say to introduce RNG into your life. If you're feeling numb to outcomes of reward, if you don't know what the reward is, it creates anxiety and tension that can lead to surprise and or disappointment, or nothing, which still leads to disappointment most of the time. But having that ability again can make you really appreciate again the consistent rewards that you work towards. Putting yourself in a chance that luck can shine on you or you can get unlucky in a non-risky way is, I would say, is the GOAT for someone who consistently has control over their life and choice. I know you probably hear this or see this in a different context, but when people are incredibly successful and they know that they have a lot of authority and power, a lot of times, quote unquote, some of their guilty pleasures to help them normalize their life again is to participate in activities that give them no control. Like, they give the control to someone else to better appreciate once again and sensitize that they have control and success. So it's not uncommon to have someone who's incredibly successful, controls everything, to find great pleasure in losing control. Like, and not them losing control, but giving their control to someone else. You can probably think of a certain, you know, activities that probably fit that, but you know, that's kind of how that works. At least that's what I'm suggesting. Not meant to be professional advice. Just something that works or is observed to work quite often, since I have more exposure to people who are incredibly controlling and wanting to have control and expect a lot of control and are incredibly successful at that control. Find solace and pleasantly surprised, pleasantly disappointed. I know how that sounds. Pleasantly disappointed that they could not see what was going to happen. And that made them excited again. Most of the people I have in my life are incredibly controlling people. And what I mean by controlling people, they don't like controlling other people. They just like knowing what's going to happen. When they do things, they don't want to gamble or feel like they're gambling. And after a while, everything just seems boring. They don't engage in risk-taking anymore. Like, by risk-taking, I don't mean unhealthy risk-taking. Risk-taking in general, like playing a video game or doing something they're not good at, kicking a soccer ball every once in a while, that kind of thing. They continue to hone their skills in things that they know how to do and continue to invest pragmatically in skills that they know are worth it or valuable. They stop getting on roller coasters because they hate roller coasters, that kind of thing. It makes one feel quite alive, I tell you, is what I would say when I do this thing. I'm kind of sort of describing myself too, since I describe friends I know, and my friends are quite similarly in that regards. So when that opportunity presents itself, it ultimately becomes an incredible life story. Someone just wanted to go to Vegas or something. Go there, and it's like, yeah, it was rocky and lots of roller coaster rides of emotions and inconvenient and hot and etc. But at the end of the day, it's exactly what is required to jumpstart that person again. So if you're feeling like you really want control of things, which does lead to overthinking a lot of times, and trying to understand a lot of things, those things are converging on a personality trait that I'm very familiar with. It's often very encouraging if you let something harmless, like a video game, decide if you win at a game. Here's a personal example. I like simulation games, right? I'm not sure if you're familiar with simulation games, but a lot of times simulation games come in a more casual friendly of auto RPGs or something with like a gacha component, but we're not really focusing on the gacha component. It is part of that allure if you have money or resource, right? But in case you don't, we're going to ignore the gacha component. Having an auto RPG allows you to randomly trial and error your success by optimizing something or purely out of intuitive guessing and checking. Having a game like that is kind of like having a simulation game where I don't know how much this money, I don't know how much this thing is going to make. How am I going to beat this game? Well, you can just put A and B together and see what comes out, and then put B and C together. That little spark of I'm just gonna plug and chug and see if it works out. It's like, oh yeah, this is pleasantly effective. Oh man, this is a dud. That type of experience takes the control out of your success. So when when you are successful, it's pleasant. It's incredibly rewarding because you got lucky. If it's you just go through like 9 out of 10 failures, you just got unpleasantly unlucky. But the thing is, you're not into feeling in control. You're not developing necessarily a skill that deals with a game. You're developing a skill that deals with your emotions and your intellectual output. So it gives you an opportunity to discover that. How you feel when you're not in control. And that kind of perspective shift and focus for a while allows you to better appreciate what you typically do. Is where I'm thinking these types of weird feeling and numbness is coming from. It's often the case in this way is because online in general, it makes you feel that you need to always be on your game. In fact, video games do this quite a lot. So like the more trendy video games, simulation's not on top of people's lists. I think the closest thing is City Skylines, probably. Hey, hello there. Yeah, City Skylines is probably the one, at least for Steam, the Steam community. That's probably the most sim oriented. No, this is not my first time, no? Have you do you play Neverwinter online? You're in the game. What platform do you play on? Can you add me? Sure, you can add me. Do you play on PC? That's kind of, also why I asked. I'm on PC. I don't usually write that in the title anywhere. Here's my tag. That's an eye, by the way. If you can see it. Oh, actually, I don't think it's... Is it case sensitive? I mean, it's displayed in all caps in that little box. I can probably just find it with, yeah, the middle character is an eye. I'm just doing Neverember recruitment, just for posterity. So we're doing a rogue to highlight some of the stuff. Oh, there you are. Alright. So what are you doing in the game at the moment? What are you working on? I feel like matchmaking in some games feel that way, like whether you're gonna have an opponent that's gonna be fun to play against. Oh, that's an interesting thought. Yeah, it's the mindset of focusing on it. That's a really great one. You're seeing opportunities. That's great. I did not think about that. In fact, I might use that in the future. That's a really good one. It might turn into something else once you start processing it though. However, that is interesting. Using matchmaking as it. So like using it say like you have a negative feeling towards it, or maybe a positive feeling. Investigating it either way, like, oh yeah, why do I feel like this matchmaking was good, right? Like you won a game or something, why, or like you lost a game, but why does this match feel good? And just hyper focusing on that every once in a while you're doing that, interspersing your other games, like say your completionist games or something, can be very, very both emotionally and intellectually stimulating. I definitely didn't think about that, and that is interesting. That might actually be something I might use personally, because I haven't really felt the motivation to participate in PvP games since my Overwatch days. I do kind of sort of have something like that, but I didn't think of it in that framework. I still play Hearthstone. And I haven't really explored it in that way. That's a really interesting perspective. It's also because I don't play a competitive game that has an input thing, right? Hearthstone legitimately does have RNG in it. That is part of the input process. So outside of matchmaking, it's still considered a constructive RNG thing for many ways. Like I primarily play Battlegrounds too, and that component normalizes being lucky and unlucky on top of knowledge and skill work. So I know and I get lucky in Battlegrounds. There's no contest. Like when you get lucky in Battlegrounds for playing it for a very long time, you are nearly unstoppable only by someone who is equally, if not more, lucky. So that type of RNG and stuff. I play Hearthstone at least a little bit every day. So that's kind of my my normalizer for my like a dragon things, right? I spend a vast majority of my time playing Like a Dragon. And even Like a Dragon itself has RNG in it. So it's why I love variety games. It keeps my life balanced. But it doesn't have to be for someone who's incredibly hyper focused. If you have a very hyper focused tendency and personality, it can work to your advantage to stick to one thing. Your stealth passively drains 50% as fast, but your stealth... Huh. That's kind of interesting. So, if you're stealthing just for the purpose of... Oh no, but your cooldowns would have to match up with your use of stealth? Does that happen? Honestly, I'm kind of curious. This doesn't really play a part in most cases. I just want to see how fast it is. Because I'm only primarily stealthing just to cause the stealth bonus. Huh. Oh, we're done with Icespire Peak too. Oh. Yeah, right. Protector's Enclave. What am I doing? Oh, I quite like this. Quite like this, the Icespire look on the rogue. We go up, we learn about enchantments, of course. Take the enchantments. Upgrade the pep. Oh. Really? Okay. Okay. Oh, we're just gonna do this. We're just doing this run in solo. I don't. Just completing this run. I'm not sure what you're doing at the moment. Okay. You want to give me something? I don't need anything. Perfectly fine. Again, I'm doing this for Neverember Recruitment. I'm a beta Neverwinter player. It's been quite some time. I don't think I need anything or want anything from anyone, but it's a very nice gesture. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm a very old player. I'm recording for this. Yeah, I appreciate it though. Thanks for the offer. Perhaps there will be someone that appreciates it. You know, there'll be other players. But yeah, it's been a while for me. We're doing this just for fun. For education. Matchmaking as RNG. Mind if I ask what game you had in mind when you were thinking about the matchmaking as RNG? I do play games where the matchmaking is quite meta. Like it's lots. There are games that are incredibly meta heavy, so it does kind of feel like RNG. But I'm kind of curious what kind of games you had in mind. Subgenres tend to like range from the level of metagaming. So when you name a game that is incredibly meta heavy, yeah, that perspective definitely shines through. I'll have to say that definitely applied for a while for Overwatch. Okay, I usually give things away to streamers who play Neverember. Somehow helps them. That's fair. I think helping the community just in general is good enough. I have excess resources, so like I generally do that most of the time. It's a nice thought. Yeah, I appreciate it. It's nice to keep the community moving forward. I'm recording for that reason a lot of times. Yeah, we don't it's it's not every day that you just run around. It's not every day that you just run around with resources, right? That it's unlikely to be from someone who requires resources. Are there more people that are new that are playing Neverwinter? I don't usually look in the... I do this on average once a week when a module drops to review the current design philosophies of the developers. It's out of personal academic interest. Like tomorrow is week 6. Yes. Tomorrow is week 6 of Demon Web's Pits module. How long have you been playing Neverwinter? What do you usually do nowadays? I just drop in for random queues each day. And then wait for the Monday reset. Speaking generally, because just so happens I'm doing something like Neverwinter, Neverember, Recruitment. I might be wrong. I kind of put SF6 on the shelf for a while. Oh yeah, that's right. You did mention about Street Fighter 6. Because I felt like I was improving at Osu. Okay. Also aim benchmarks. I focus on them instead. But then I saw an announcement on updates. Yeah, I know which update you're talking about. Looking forward to the update. Don't feel that enthusiastic about cosmetic items. I wouldn't either, for a very selective reason, but hopefully that changes. It deals with like the currency. And that situation feels much different to matchmaking. Oh, okay. It's like I don't even choose to participate in it, and it happens anyways. Yeah. Yeah, true. I mean, it's the state of live service, right? And you might be thinking, wait, Street Fighter 6 is live service? Yeah. Live service. I actually here's an unpopular opinion, and I would really frame not taking this out of context. But inherently, when you play a live service game, it deals with the habit of improving steadily, right? It's quite healthy if you have the resources to participate in whatever, if they end up introducing a microtransaction. That's why, in my opinion, those things inherently constantly ends up in live service models. Now, the thing here is there's a big difference to people who have a dissonance of how much resources they're willing to use. So it's different from someone who wants something and am not able to depart with the resource. But that's a dissonance. However, it's kind of like buying new shoes. If you're spending a habit, say I run 10% of the day of my whole life, I spend 10% of my time awake running. Buying new shoes every once in a while breaks the tedium of the incremental benefits I'm getting from running. Live service games use this approach, as in like the business model. It's very effective. You might not like it, right? Like those who have a different perspective that don't line with live service models. But the idea that microtransaction is very lucrative, it's not necessarily because it's predatory per se, like intentfully predatory. It's opportunistic understanding how live service models work. Occasionally buying a costume becomes habitually desirable, maybe intuitively. We talked about this, like versus intellectual and intuitive. buying a costume every once in a while is that break from the tedium of live service games. So if you're steadily improving and you can buy something, it breaks that mold. So these models tend to be in here because it's very effective. When you get someone to habitually do something over and over again, their tendency to embrace spending something or breaking that tedium grows. Whether intuitively or not intuitively, like if you understand it intellectually, you would end up like me, where I would participate in that so that I can enjoy the game some more. And what I mean by that is it's a different take on that feeling where, oh, I played this game so much, I should give back to the developer. Then you buy a costume. That's fair. That works out. It rationally checks out. Alternatively, I played this game a lot. I'm really good at it, but nothing is really sprucing up my experience. Let me buy a costume. So you can combine that with the feeling that you're giving back to developers. It actually enhances everything. Like, it enhances more. So now you have an incentive, provided you have the money. You know, we're making the assumption that you are willing and intentionally parting with money you have to spend. This is way different from the loud minority of people, and I'm going to call them minorities because these models are incredibly lucrative. So it would naturally be more safer to presume that the people who aren't upset are willingly parting to refresh their experience and give back at the same time, like a lot of other things. And they could be intuitively doing that. Intellectually, I have come to accept that every once in a while, buying something not only gives back to the developers, it actually also resets and refresh something that I like that could become not something that puts out anymore. So falling out of games that require skill development or live services like Habit, that free gotcha spin, put all the puzzle pieces together. Every month you get a free spin every once in a while. It breaks up the tedium of the habit. So like, why do what is an example of Neverwinter? Have virtual currency, right? For days on end. And you get a key every single day. At some point in the next module, when a lockbox shows up, it's like, you know, I'll use up a few keys. Or I'll use up like the 60 keys that however long I held off on, I still feel great. And then there you go, drop some keys. And intellectually understanding the function of that can help you. But I think most people just intuit this stuff. Like, man, I'm tired of the grind. Let's just dump some money. And it's a momentary reset. And then whether you have the resources or not, if you don't, buyer's remorse. If you do, nothing happens. Like, rarely anything happens. Like, what I mean is it's a positive experience. So first, establish that you have the resources, obviously. However, live service models now even circumvent that. Like Honkai Star Rail, they will just give you currencies so you can spin. So when you're doing the life service stuff, you know, like you're constantly playing and habit forming and whatnot, you're rewarded with occasional gambo. And that occasional gambo breaks up that feeling of yeah, I know what to get and what to expect, but even getting unlucky at gotcha, knowing what that means and how it makes you feel, maybe even intellectually desiring to find meaning in that, helps you appreciate a lot of everything else. And it works really well, whether you know it or not. And to me, I think either by accident, coincidence, trial and error, or someone is just big braining, having like a whole slew of psychologists or like physicians or something. I'm not saying I'm right because I'm not a professional and I don't have enough experience. However, someone trialed and error, something landed on this model. And it just so happens I'm building a narrative around what I see and observe that matches and conveniently explains why certain models work right now. So if I was an executive, I suppose I would institute like free spin once a month. Every launch, every module launch, 5 free spins or 5 keys to something. And not necessarily gambling. There's another element of gambling. The keys have to reflect their value, even if it's given for free. So for example, if one way you can depreciate or divorce the value of a key is that you make free keys, as in the free keys are unique from paid keys, then the value would be set to that. So whatever they get out of the box will be psychologically greater than the unique keys. But in Neverwinter, they typically give keys that have value. So what you can do is you can change the box to give out, bottom line, the value of the key and greater. So it's always you get the value of the key, so it's not psychologically or subjectively to someone, to most people, as a gamble, because you'll always get the value of the key and the chance of getting something better. That's kind of the thing that I forgot to answer a little bit back about people's concern, or they wanted to hear my take on my thoughts on the lockbox system that is still carried in Cryptic's Neverwinter online game. But I was gonna just go into a qualification on the interpretation of the word gamble, basically. And that's kind of how it fits. Again, I'm paving a narrative. So if everything sounds like it's neatly packed together, is because I'm trying to explain the most cleanest version of something I've been thinking about for a really long time. There are many, many other ways to explain all the occurrences and the success that are not, to me, as neat sounding yet. Like, it's not tidy, it's not clean. So I'm only giving you one narrative that fits incredibly well. And knowing that you're someone who thinks a lot about things, you can probably think of a lot of other things. And then if you invest some time, if you're so, emotionally invested as well, you can probably come up with something equally as approachable to explain the whole, why the system is so lucrative outside of the obvious stuff that most people are providing. So I didn't give you a narrative that fits to what other people think is the best narrative, which is developers and publishers are greedy people. Somehow they're inhuman, so they're far more greedier than everyone else who's convinced that they're greedy. That type of perspective. That's an emotional response. It's incredibly buyer's remorse. It has moral grandstanding. I'm looking out for the other guys, yet I'm making millions of dollars off the clout of the emotional clickbait. All that stuff, it fits too, for sure. But I'm not emotionally compromised in this situation. So those perspectives are incredibly accurate for someone who's emotionally compromised, as in someone who is morally justified, socially justified, and emotionally aligned with individuals who feel gated by microtransaction, or baited, I guess, or bait and switch, or whatever moral grounds. My take on that narrative was just one that fits just as tidy, only it's coming from someone who's not upset. Because I typically not upset with the live service model. There's a inherently elegant and pragmatic and psychological way of explaining why it also works. It's not to say it's correct or accurate or right and wrong. It's just another way to fit the things you observe. I typically spend most of my time trying to think of other elegant ways of explaining things that happen that are successful. I don't just stick to whoever's most popular and join the bandwagon. It is not intellectually stimulating to me to accept anyone who's emotionally compromised writing a clickbait title about how corrupt all the people that disagree with them are, except themselves. Like, rarely do these emotional arguments ever take accountability for the damage and the consequences of what they do, because they're trying to protect themselves, in my opinion. And that's incredibly reasonable. They want to protect all their community from being scammed by a game developer because they believe that's what game developers and publishers do because they run a business. That's fair enough. It also tells me that they are like them. In order to really understand that logic and that experience and that talk, when they say, I'm a gamer, so I know this feeling, and explain all these things that deal with developers, quote unquote, being greedy, and publishers, it also tells me you are also one of those people. It's hard for me to think intuitively on a way that paints developers and publishers as cynical, greedy people, because I inherently don't want to be one of them either. So I don't practice thinking like that as well. When someone presents that idea to me, I can at least see that's a reasonable take on it. Like, it checks out. The converging evidence that you present may be interpreted in that way. The first thing I think about is not thinking that my creators, the people who create things for my entertainment, are greedy businessmen that don't like video games. It is really odd when someone says they're gamer-minded to think that's the most provocative way of explaining the motivations of developers and publishers. Not only that, there are individuals who like to claim credibility for being game developers and not sharing zero compassion for other game developers. That would suggest that person is likely either too far removed from the industry, so maybe they were game developers, but it was like 15 years ago, so they are no longer emotionally empathetic, or they're using credibility by flexibly labeling themselves, like they made a game that didn't take off or something, and they use that as credibility for the rotten system or something like that. And those are fairly reasonable presumptions, but without the opportunity to interact with them and talk with them, like, why are they so angry? Or how did their cynicism develop? Where is the root of all these things? I can't say anything I said was accurate. But what I can say is it takes a similar type of person to be well versed and expert and certain about specific behaviors because you yourself participate in that behavior. It's the human condition. You are very good at seeing things the way they are if you yourself see it all the time in yourself or worry about it in yourself. I am overtly concerned with people who try to be nice all the time. Like that's because I know that being nice doesn't help you be successful. And being kind every once in a while is great. It's sustainable. That's why I'm saying these things. So someone else could say like, oh yeah, no, but that's just like, what if you're a cloud chaser and stuff? I don't habitually see it that way. However, you can present your case, right? Show that, and I respect that. Like, it checks out. I'm just gonna tell you, inherently, I won't think of that because I prefer not to. So now you ask yourself, if you want to make a friend or you want to trust someone, and the vast majority of their content is to be toxic or to do something, you have to ask yourself, do you like that toxicity? Do you see it in yourself? If you can, then you probably get along. You probably be good friends. It's harmonious when it's compatible. That's kind of it helps with making supportive friends. It helps with being successful by carving out niches, right? Being toxic in FPS games have a niche, and all those community members who accurately know that, they feed off each other and coexist perfectly well, I suppose. I don't really know. I don't really delve into that on like a intimate level. Like, I didn't just dive into a community like that. I'm always arm lengths on that stuff because I prefer to spend my time watching sappy kind giver, like people who are kind, who does it for clout. And I know that they do it for clout. Like, it's part of what allows them to get enough resources to keep doing it. So both the good, the bad, the ugly, the reality, that's all part of intimately not denying that you need to be be similar to that person in order to actually know what those people are doing. Otherwise, the only other way you can possibly know without experience is you ask them. Like, you unequivocally ask them in, like, I don't know, a forced court of law or pressured situation that they must tell the truth. That's the only time you know. So it's very concerning when someone who comes off as saying they're incredibly honest, they always care about their community, and they're crucifying a developer. If you can crucify a developer, that means you're capable of doing it too. Like, it's very concerning. I'm not saying they would or are, just it takes the mindset necessary to guess at motivation and human idiosyncrasies. Like, you have to be in that mindset, be able to imagine that mindset to create a narrative like that. So for me, I only understand specific types of people. So most of the time, I stay away from ad hominem arguments. I try not to read the person. I try to observe what's happening and best explain that. And hopefully that reflects in some way what the person is doing or what the group is doing. It's not necessarily removing the subjectivity or more objective approach. It's trying to be as objective as I can, knowing I am subjective. I'm subjectively deciding to pay attention to certain things. I am a person who is pre-selected. So it's very difficult to know how accurately it is. But if a person presents that they can read people's minds and read into behaviors, and most of that is just dirty laundry, you start to wonder if they can ever see clean laundry. That's kind of the scary nature of the thing. And then you see like 4 million views. So you're telling me that this appeals, like it gives you a lens into the makeup of what people resonate with and how their logic works. And how do you use this type of information? I don't really know, actually. I spend most of my time observing, right? And then one day someone could be suffering, or one day someone can't explain why they have these habits, and then I will think to myself, like, wait a minute, I've observed all these patterns before. And then I try to put together something, or I try to mention something that's relevant. So most of the time, I would say 30% of my free time, which like kind of makes up 60% of my day now because I'm unemployed, or I'm not formally employed. I observe. I keep constantly observing, and then one day someone will give me an idea, and I hope to use those observations to help or learn something. So to learn something is selfish. To help is not selfish. So it's usually a combination of two. I'm either motivated by a willingness to learn, or motivated by, or both. Like that person and I would learn together by sharing what we gathered. And that's kind of my life story at the moment. No emergencies in my life, right? Not yet, anyways. Yep. It's one of those things that I emphasize. It's great to not judge necessarily, but to presume and understand human behavior so that it helps you increase your success rate at finding people you feel like you belong to, like people that can support you, surround you, and you can do the same to them. It is kind of being exclusive, but there are individuals who don't like being exclusive. So instead of worrying about the goodness of what the betterment of other people at first, placing yourself at a great health and consistency will probably intuitively encourage you to explore other things. In my opinion, it's a naive principle, but I think when people are incredibly healthy and balanced, they intuitively become curious about things that cost stuff. So if you're incredibly healthy, you're more likely to actually spend money intentionally and healthily, sustainably. When you're unhealthy, you are likely to recklessly spend money to cope. So buyer's remorse often comes associated with video game microtransactions, because video games typically serves as escapism, and escapism tends to be a coping situation. So when people buy in video games, it's often for a coping reason, not for a gain reason. I can, like for example, I can spend money in this game to gain something. I'm not spending money in this game to cope with other people being ahead of me in the game or something like that. That's usually the phrasing or the thought that creates stigma for microtransactions. Like, I'm spending money so I can keep up with wallet warriors. That's a coping mechanism. You're coping because your worth is attached to the video game. When your worth is not attached to a video game, it's adding to your life. It's giving more things to your life. Any type of transaction or something is more likely to be a positive thing. It's something you add on to your healthy life. And that's kind of where it can be interpreted as predatory, right? Because if the business is intending to harvest video game escapism intentionally, you can argue it is predatory. Because it's creating emotionally dependent people on spending money on something that's providing comfort to them. And yes, that is a real concern. It fits. I just don't think it's the only explanation for things. And the more you can explain, the more other alternatives, the better informed and more alternatives developers and creators can use to create a harmonious compromise between them. Like, what if you give free spins? What if that is enough to sustain people and make them healthily volunteer to spend money, but they knowingly and optionally? Is there a way to do that? That's kind of why I was brainstorming about the state of live service games a lot of times. I feel with enough focus and discoveries and stuff, there are solutions, or at least compromises, that produce more win-win situations. And you just keep producing win-win situations. No, I'm not saying you can eventually satisfy everyone. It's the goal of trying to do something that's unachievable that keeps, in my humble opinion, keeps people constantly striving for more. And it works, at least for myself. I don't get up in the day pretending like I'm going to achieve immortality. Do I want to achieve immortality? I mean, I could try working on it. It's not possible or plausible at all right now, but it keeps me up. It gets me up out of bed, right? It's not that. I'm just picking something absurd so that it's kind of humorous. For me, it's more like, yeah, I want to do something. I'm going to work on something. There's no possible way I could ever do it. And successfully all the time. Like, my goal is I want to understand people's motivation enough for that each day when someone comes to me or shares something, I will always have something interesting to say that put them at ease. That is my goal, right? It's incredibly idealistic. It's incredibly unrealistic, right? It's because it's idealistic. Probably not possible to achieve at any one day, let alone a lifetime. But it's an unachievable goal. And that unachievable goal will keep me waking up every single day trying to get it. That's turning, at least in my opinion, that's a personal example of having a goal that is positively feeding all the time. If I keep trying to do that, luck will be on my side. If it never happens, that's fine. I'm still always creating luck on my side. Now that is a goal worthy of failing at trying to achieve. It sounds a little bit romantic. The day-to-day becomes less interesting, but you know, I always learn skills for that specific goal. It's not what the skill can do for me, it's what it can possibly eventually do for a certain situation. I mean, I spent 2 weeks working on how to process grief because I had the untimely situation of knowing someone who had a very unfortunate episode with loss. I'm not the one that suffered the loss, but at the time I was humbled by how inadequate I was at helping someone with processing the loss. So from now on, I have occasionally spent my time developing that skill on the inevitability that I will experience loss and maybe encounter someone who does. It's not going to pay out ever in the immediate. I just do it because I can. And just to emphasize all the time, I can do this because I am privileged, right? I have the resources to do so. I would pick different things to do if I need to do them too. So in that way, if someone needs to do something, they have to develop skills to figure out how to get themselves to do those things. And that's why I develop skills, in my opinion. I develop as many skills as I can, for one day someone could be at their wit's end and, you know, they read whatever they want and it just, there's no form of inspiration that can help them. Who knows? One day my joke about underwater basket weaving might be the very thing that helps them. Sorry, I pick underwater basket weaving quite a lot. Let's use a more modern example, like a sewing gun. Is that what they're called? Yeah, like the sewing gun, the knitting gun things. Maybe that's the solution. You just never know. And gacha might actually truly be entangled with live service. If it's not the right way to do it, fair enough. I can't argue with morals, like a person's moral boundaries and stance. Is it pragmatic? Absolutely. Especially with live service. Does it work with other formats of games? You have like very few examples here and there, and most of them are universally terrible, like terribly received, and not only terribly received, they were canceled, as in like they were not lucrative in practice either. So I don't put it past developers and executives to try microtransactions with other types of formats and business models. They needed to experiment to really truly understand the emergent properties of adding gacha to other formats. But this stuck. So instead of trying to explain why it doesn't work, perhaps spending some time explaining why it does work can help with some perspective, right? And the vast majority of people want to believe it doesn't work. As in, it's not sustainable, it's not healthy, it can't be healthy, it can't be noble, people can't learn to love it. Those are truths that are subjective. So what does a intellectual do if you want to be like an influencer or someone who's an expert or have something to say? You experiment with other ideas to try to explain the things. And eventually, when you try as many times to explain it in many ways and collect as much data, you have a more complete picture of what does actually work and what doesn't actually work. And just a lesson from science, generally it's a mix of
a lot of things. It's definitely, unequivocally, not just the first thing you think of. The arrogance that is required, the ignorance that is required to think that you as a human being with limited experience and limited knowledge, greater than the sum of the entire human race, and suddenly you make a conjecture that is true right from the start. I mean, you're talking to someone who thinks that they can help anyone at any case, and that's their goal. I think that goal, that assertion, is even more absurd than my lifelong struggle to trying to help people. That challenge is so trivial compared to my desire, my compulsive need to be useful to people. Dealing with that seems like a cakewalk. If you go around thinking that you can look at something, make a story up like that fits, right? A narrative that fits all the things you observe and sell that like it's true. It's almost never, just almost never the first thing you come up with. It doesn't really stop people from doing it though. I'll give you a great example. You play a game, you beat it, and then you review it. Now here's the thing though. You can always say it's your opinion, right? You're definitely entitled to your opinion. And you can say you beat it once, here are my impressions. Absolutely. When you go out of your way and say, this game is just designed wrong, and you infer that that is the truth, that's arrogance on a level I can't comprehend. Like when you start gaslighting people by your playthrough, your limited perspective, your life experiences as the standard de facto authority on how people should feel and what is right and wrong, that's someone that may or may not have a superiority complex. And if there's anyone that can be trustworthy or not trustworthy, I wouldn't necessarily choose the first person that likes to gaslight people as a form of reference. Because then you don't have an opinion of your own. You are surrounded by people who prefer not to have an opinion of their own. You're surrounded by individuals who are very comfortable in accepting the truth from someone. And they could be incredibly happy. Like, incredibly happy. But you also have to ask yourself if you want that too. For myself, I prefer not. So just, I love when creators are experts, are passionate, and they just constantly talk to each other and argue about things and discuss. That's what makes experts experts, in my opinion. It also, and when they don't get emotionally charged and they respect each other, that's what makes them professional experts, right? Professionalism is another facet of careers. You can be an expert, but you can also be a dingus, like someone who cares nothing about other people's opinions, but you are still an expert. That is possible. That is very possible. You can know a lot of things, and accurately too, but you're a dingus. But you can be a professional too, which is mindfully, mutually respectful, regardless of how, the whole, oh, this is a stupid question, but can I ask it kind of thing. And the person would say, no, you can't ask stupid questions. Like, how do I know how much you know about what I know? How much do I know about what we know about the topic yet. I don't know you yet. Professionalism. It doesn't happen very often when it comes to content creation, though. And it's very understandable. It can be reasoned because content creation tends to be people's first form of professional careers. It's far in the minority for content creators to be former professionals or experts. The landscape has kind of changed a little bit lately. And when I mean professionals, I want to qualify that. Professionals in a career that deals with human relations. You can be a professional blacksmith. It doesn't make you a charismatic leader. And an expert in blacksmith and a professional expert in blacksmith is likely to recognize what they don't practice and what they do practice. At least I like to be very optimistic about that. Duelist expertise you learn by fighting style your opponent as a fight continues. Gain. Man, this is overly confident. When you would gain a 16 attack on you leave combat, literally consumes all and grants you. What does this do? Skull Cracker. Every 15 seconds game, which causes your next at will encounter to daze the enemy. Marks enemies from you. Wow. The duration. Okay. Let's just use Duelist's expertise. You learn the fighting style. Gain 0.5 increased damage and deflect chance for each second that you are in combat. Second. Okay. When you would gain. When you leave combat. So like initiate on the next one. That's a little complicated. I use a daily. There are a lot of daily uses. Holy heck. Oh, I got Death Strike. Yeah, I prefer Death Strike to Flash. Range increased to 80 and allows you to teleport to friendly. Oh. We're almost there. These moments though provides I'm sorry if it sounds a little pandering or whatnot. Spent quite a lot of time thinking about it. It's actually and owning up to what I'm saying, it's something I worry about myself a lot. So I try my best to keep on keeping that in mind. When I thought I knew a lot, when I was arrogant and a little kid, I tend to behave in a way that was very cold. It doesn't really, and you know, or to other kids, I probably, for the most part, I appear very competent and maybe right a lot of times. It doesn't negate the idea that it stunt my growth as a person. Like I had undeveloped compassion, undeveloped communication skills, no incentive to circumventing things, blaming the system for working against me, all your usual stuff, instead of working with the system, or maybe working with the system enough to promote a change in the system. Why are these crystals? Wait, is that a guy? Oh yeah, it is a guy. Huh. I just wanted this crystal. My word. Yep. The rogue life. What the heck? Oh. Okay. Okay. Where are we at? 5.5? Man, 5.5. Holy. I guess it's gonna be just as long as part 1 with the wizard. This is the Plague Maw and the Foul Spawns. They're gigantic people. There's those little big guys. Oh. Just had like a spaghetti hand moment. Played like a blade master and started with tab. What? Someone killed one of these guys. Oh, that's right. You can just stay in combat while you're like bowling. That would explain a lot if that's what they're actually running. Yeah, man. The Master Duelist would proc incredibly reliably. Holy heck. That's it. 10 seconds. 15 seconds. I see. Man. Uh-oh. Mistakes were made. Oh, I hit the wrong thing. That's, just kidding. Uh, uh. Yep. That dodge roll has such a long grace period. Wicked Reminder, right? That's the... Oh. Right. 700? Remember what? 16 seconds? Oof. Okay. What is this? Oppressive Darkness, when you have combat advantage, you add... Oh, that's interesting. 20 magnitude of damage? Boy. Alright. We're going into the last zone now. Yes, right. Artifacts. We have to do that, the repurposing of the trial. This thing. The vault. Yeah, the Forgotten Vault. Come on, little guy. Ha 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 ha. Okay. Yep. Yeah, so, you know, I guess there are single target things, right? Yeah, wicked reminder is more. So that stuff will probably require some competence over time in party play, since you don't really encounter the use case a lot of times. Death Strike is sufficient for relocating yourself. Just for movement. Yeah, so far, the whole time, the the input competence for the PvE section, like the level 1 through 20, it's largely unchanged, even from like level 1. Because the Wicked Lash is more or less substituted. Reason I use Death Strike is just for quick repositioning, and you can't miss. That's also a thing. Wicked Lash you can. So it's just functionally, yeah, it's more generally more utility. But Wicked Reminder is fine too. Death Strike is I hope I didn't say Wicked Strike. Death Strike. Just for fast repositioning. You gotta learn about insignias, right? And now we're off to last place. In a way, this gives you rough Astro Diamonds too. I forgot about that. It takes off, what, 3 weeks? 3 or 4 weeks of requiring Astro Diamonds. Rough Astro Diamonds. Don't make that same mistake, not talking to that person. Okay. Dang it. I'm not very sneaky for a rogue. I want to pick flowers, yo. Lead me to my weed collecting. Heckin' spooters, I tell you. Excuse me. It's kind of hard to see these things. What the heck, dude? Why don't I... What in... No, same region. Had a hard time the last time, too. Okay. Back to the beginning. My eyes are not doing so great these days, you know? Really need to find some time to liberate some time and money to get a prescription, an update on my prescription. It's been like 6 years. Oh, they're all clustered here. What the heck? 3? Okay. You load this board. The flipping, man. The flipping animation is so satisfying. Jump in the pit. Oh, dang. Someone cleared this out already. Nice. Thank you, stranger. Unless, I'm thinking no one and there's actually no enemies that actually spawn in here. There aren't any enemies. Dude, where are you guys coming from? Okay. Now we get in behind the door. Like a bunch of Durga? I don't really know how to pronounce the Durgar peeps, the black dwarves, and then head into. Is it also called a vault? Where the mind flayers are? All day. I didn't realize. Oh yeah, that's right. There's also this like temple of the spider-esque, brow-esque. Should be feeling at home, man. My rogue is a drow. I feel like this might be a not so wise choice here. I might end up going back to the beginning. Oh no, I accidentally stepped on a trap. Blind. Might die here. Okay. Saying stuff for as long as you can. Yeah, okay. It's alright. So many options. Contest. So many options. What's that? Dazing strike. Snap in the air. Okay. It's an AoE daze and a cone in front of you. Back alley tactics. Heal up to 10 based on how few action points you have. Interesting. Your critical strikes increase by a random amount each time from one. I see. Eh. That would explain the constant AP chug. Alright. The Durgers. Okay. Oh. This requires a re-instance if we're unlucky. Hello? Okay. Alright, guess we're gonna come back. Don't mind me, coming through. Oh, there is another person here. A bard. Hey bard, did you take out the other two groups? Is that why they're absent? Because I'm gonna need you to stop doing that. Arg. 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 Now I'm a pirate rogue. No. My guy. I'm gonna need you to... I'm gonna need you to... Oh, wait. There we go. Okay. Excuse me. Okay. Ooh, that little like wooden sound, a wooden like clocking sound, very soothing. Oh, you know what that reminds me of? The bamboo things, like in Japan, where like the water bamboo things, where like kind of like fills up, taps, and then goes back up. I don't know what they're called. Ow. That was fast. Oh. That one. Really? Okay. Oh. Oh. Dang. My stomach kind of fell. I didn't see that gap, but it all worked out anyways. Hmm. Into the forge. Oh, it's called a forge. Oh, no, 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 not yet. No, no. This is before that. I have to do this. Oh, wait, what? Hmm. What the heck? How did that cancel like that? Eh, weird. Alright. Assassinate, yeah. It's the vault. What was assassinate? Quickly strike an enemy, dealing and interrupting them. Maybe attack from behind your target. Dang. So you could... oh. That's crazy. Huh. Interesting. So much single target damage. Alright. Time to enter the vault. The final place. The finish line. Oh. Sort of. Oh. I totally screwed that up. I'm supposed to interact with these things. Oh. That explains why that guy... Wow. I see how it is, buddy. That's a paladin, I think. Pretty sure they just used burning light. Saw it. Or maybe a sacred weapon. It's either burning light or a sacred weapon. It has the same last concluding animation. I didn't see the weapon light up, so probably burning light. Okay. Paladin, alright. No idea what's the deal with Divine Champion being used there. Okay. Sorry, buddy. How am I in combat? Yo. All right. I feel like this is a mistake here. Do I hit a wall here? I'm not sure. I most certainly do. Oh. Oh, rip. Oh, I'm stuck in the environment. Yep. Nice. Neat. Hey. Those brains, though. Auto tracking charging do be deadly. There he is. In all his tentacle glory. Okay. What was the last thing? Shocking execution. Okay. Huh. I wonder. I don't know if that is even interruptible. Oh, what's this? First strike? Oh. Fair enough. When an enemy has under 20 life, 20% life, your attack has 10% to execute the target. That's interesting. Oh, Duelist Fury. That's interesting too. I doubt that works all that well. Why is this yelling at me? Oh, right. Okay. I'm gonna head back. Then we do Valindra, which Duelist, Quick a Reminder, and Assassinate. Seems reasonable. Probably turn around. And then learn about... Oh, right. Sergeant Knox relocates. Hello there, buddy. Loose ends. Yes. The Valindra. Okay. What a champ. What a champ. Oh, right. I can't. I can't do that stationary. Oh, I forgot. I could stealth too. It would be on. Dude, a wicked reminder. I see. That's absurd. Compared to what you have to do on a wizard. Even. And I mean, it goes pretty fast on a wizard. That's just one skill. One encounter. Oh, now I forgot. So now Sergeant Knox is in the Adventurers Guild. He keeps TPing. Now we do an audience. And that's it. Have an audience with Neverember. Oh wait, that's not it. And they introduce boons, legacies, and legacy and campaigns. Which then you are finally in the quote unquote live service portion. There it is. Thing. And there it is. Second time. There it is. Oh, it's shy of 300k. Okay. Oh, I didn't refine today. Okay. Yep. Not bad, not bad. And a half. Yeah. It's a decent 5 to 6 hour experience for an intro. Yeah, the rogue. It's incredibly obvious, I suppose. Even the transition's not too bad. They're all like they're all on hit and even near the end. It's quite good. Not much to say about it. It's incredibly effective. Didn't even use this. Into okay. That wraps up another year of Neverember recruitments. It's just a showcase of Rogue. Largely, yeah, from start to finish, incredibly fluid. Probably a bit of competence that involve boss killing, but that's not unique to the Rogue. It's pretty much every class. Single targeting competence comes with dungeon running, which comes after the 1 to 20. So generally speaking, the Rogue has an incredible intuitive transition into just leveling in general and PvEing in general. In fact, you probably still just get away with just doing what you were used to. There are, yeah. It'd still be fairly competent. It's a hybrid. It would end up being a hybrid build from start to finish. Yeah, one single target. Two that are for mob wiping. Still be sufficient. Very friendly. Wizard has quite a bit of nuance. So pick your poison, I suppose. Alright. That wraps up, and I guess tomorrow is reset day, so we'll be back for reset day for the 6th week of Demon Web Spit. Thanks for hanging out, folks. Thanks for listening. As always, if you're gonna watch this next later, thanks for watching. You're always welcome to leave a comment. I look forward to replying to them. As always, until next time, stay safe, stay healthy, work on that net positive lifestyle, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. Take care. Bye now.